Okay, so last we left off, your party of adventurers were recently successful in your efforts to rescue your Tabaxi forest guide, the gravely endangered Sora, as you managed to defeat a green hag and overthrow the mistress, a banshee she was working for. You managed to recover quite a valuable haul from the hag's cavern and the banshee's lair, and once you helped Sora to her feet, you all quickly left the malicious Bramblevine thicket. And appreciative but eager to get back to business, Sora pushed past her injuries and led you all a few more hours southward. And late into the night, you all finally emerged from the tree line of the Emerald Forest and stepped into the wide open moonlit savanna of northern Chimeras. And that is where we pick back up in the evening of Turdas, 12th of Frostfall. And as Sora's kind of leading you further a little bit, she'll actually slow her pace for a moment and say, "All right, now that we've pushed through the forest, Kirsan will be no more than half a day's journey or so away. I was eager to make it this far, but I fear I do need to stop and rest my body. The wounds I suffered at the hands of those creatures pain me with each step I take. I apologize for my weakness. I do not mean to delay our journey. I must admit, you all make for rather competent traveling companions."
Will you tend to yourself, or would you like some help with your injuries?
I should be able to lick my wounds, but thank you for the offer. Frankly, I don't even think you needed my help this day. You could have left me to die in that thicket and simply pushed further southward, but you did not. This one is surprised by your kindness, but grateful nonetheless. Perhaps it is true that not all Udinil are as self-serving as your kind has historically been toward Villian. Anyway, should we make camp? This should be safe now that we are out of the bounds of the forest.
Yeah, camp sounds like a good idea.
Very well.
Sora, can I ask you a quick question? You keep calling us
Yes.
Udinel, and I'm confused. What does that mean?
Udinil, it is a ancient primordial term. If you speak the language, you may know its root, but it means plain or without feature, compared to Villian, which marks us wild folk as specifically wild marked. It is not, neither are words of negative connotation, but I have heard, I do not know the anthropological history of the words, but I believe your word in common for villain was derived from the word villian. Once casting us beast folk as other or subhuman or evil, just because of the nature of our more feral appearance and connection to the nature. But as you are Udinil, I am Villian.
Are there many Udinel among your people?
There are not. I have met few throughout my entire life. Though I have kept my distance when I have met them. You are the four I have kept most close company with.
So we'll stick out quite a bit.
Likely, though you should not be accosted at the sight of your appearance per se, though people will be curious about you and you may draw attention to yourselves. Anyway.
Is there someone in Kirsan that we're going to meet specifically, or is this just a stopping point before we head off to the capital?
Yes, we are to meet Korek there, the hawk Arakokra you met on that hill that night. He will meet us there and will provide, as I understand, transportation back to the capital.
Interesting.
Have you known Korok long?
I am a scout in the Terra Corps, the more militaristic force, the land force in this nation. Korak has other responsibilities, but we have crossed paths many times. He is a guiding figure for many that choose to listen to his wisdom. But set up camp. I will scout the area, make sure there are no tracks in the edge of the forest, but we should be very well secure right at the boundary.
I'll start making my way around doing alarm.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, she'll kind of go outside the boundaries of your warm, kind of stalking into the edge of the forest, and allow you guys to all set up camp for a little bit. And then I'll make that available.
Oh, I know one thing I wanted to do. As we're kind of laying down, I want to go back to the sketch I made of the Arc Knight after that fight, and I want to just try and basically take, I think it's like 10 minutes, copy that into one of the pages of the Clothier's Croquis book.
Wow. Okay. Very cool. Will you look up for me in the book you have? Does that require a check to make a drawing, or it just requires 10 minutes?
I think it just requires 10 minutes.
Okay. With the Arc Knight's apparel specifically, I may have had you make some version of check, but because your previous sketch was a natural 20, if I recall correctly, which will be remembered, you have no problem carefully transcribing your very accurate sketch onto the book. So now you have filled one of those pages with that visage and apparel.
Yeah, it just takes 10 minutes is what it says.
Really? What are you working
on? This book we got way back in Cardigan Mines. Balan using it to, make fake armor or whatever it was for disguises. I don't know. I've been doodling in here a bit, making some outfits that I don't know might come in handy. And I'll show it around. And there's 2 pages that have Glassguard pictures of Glassguard armor in it, and there's one that has like the all black Durastian armor, and then the 4th one, which is the one in progress, is of the Arc Knight.
Have you finished the sword part?
I don't know if it comes with the sword.
Well, I just want to know
did
you draw out the sword?
I'm about to add some of the extra accoutrements.
I'd like to see it when you finish the sword.
Oh, of course, yeah. And I'll finish it up. Helm, chest plate, legs, and sword in a scabbard on the side. And I will hand it to Telperion.
As you are sketching in the sword, you definitely notice that the rest of the sketch kind of sunk into the page, is now has bonded with the page, is one with the page. There's no raised or depressed ridges where your sketch utensil was.
It was printed.
Yes, the greatsword specifically does not seem to soak in the same way. It's still sketched on the page, it just will not be magically binded to that page.
Gotcha.
Tim, do you want to just mute? Just because we're recording and Alex might not want her voice on recording.
Sorry, can you hear her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to check out the sword and like really study the art of it and like just remember it and like put what I saw from him holding it in my mind.
I'll give you the original too.
I'll just look at the original since that's a little less mixed. And I just want to can you just give me a really good description of what it looks like, because I'm more interested now that I have that vision of the sword with the person.
Absolutely. So, description of the sword. You recall, and it matches your memory of what was being painted on the wall in the Elealor ruins. And then obviously up close in person, you saw it. Roulette's sketch doesn't necessarily doesn't do it justice in terms of its grandeur and its color, because that sword was like a brighter, more reflective chromium steel than you have ever seen in your life, almost luminescent with how gleaming it was. Even the finest mithril blades you've seen in your people, the one your mom carries, various people you've seen, very beautiful ornate swords. Nothing has replicated just the brightness of that blade. So you think that metal may be some unique metal that you've never encountered before. The crossguard is a beautiful cast from gold, winged design that kind of sprawls out very widely. Noticeably, the sword is, roughly several feet in length. You definitely identify it as that is a great sword. It should be heavy to wield, and yet that Arc Knight is able to wield it in one hand. Similarly, your memory of the vision on the temple walls shows that woman that was painted there, wielding that in her left hand and another one in her right hand. Both seem to be great swords that she was dual wielding. So those are some bits of study you get from kind of poring over that. Noticeably, gleaming bright blade, cast from gold, hilt / crossguard.
Is it the right or the left that she's holding that he...
The left held this sword. The gold one.
And then what is the crossguard of the other one?
Silver. Identical in design, seemed feathered / winged design, but cast from, it looked like it had been painted from silver rather than gold, but identical blades.
Thanks for that. That's really helpful.
This makes me think. Jiri, have you ever tried? The Arc Knight did pretty hefty damage. Have you ever tried swinging your sword with one hand?
No. Why? You think I'd be more successful that way?
I don't know. The Arc Knight, he's got a great sword swinging with one hand. I don't know if your sword is live enough, but I don't know. Just thinking.
Maybe I'll try it out sometime, just to see.
It's about this time Sora starts to kind of approach back from the edge of the forest and kind of unrolls her bedroll. Looks like the surroundings are safe. We should be... perhaps it is still wise to take watches and shifts, though I am happy to do so. But I do not...
You had a longer day than us. Why don't you just sleep? We kept watch ourselves before.
That is rather considerate. Udinil, what are you each called, anyway?
I'm Telperion.
This is Alfie, and my name is Roulette.
Roulette?
Oh, I pat my hip. Moby 3 over here on my hip as well.
Toby Rama. Understood.
Jiri. Jinjanacy, Jarl Jawland.
Jiri, I can remember that. Very well. Your friend, back at town.
Oh yeah.
The one who was slain. This Gallus. I never met the man, but Korek has spoken highly of him on occasion. I never understood how this Udinil won the trust of my kin. Would you tell me about him?
Ah, Gallus. Yeah, he went with us to the capital. That's the first time I met him was at Forest Hollow. I don't know if I really knew too much about him.
He certainly liked taking care of people.
He was a protector. He wanted to, keep people safe.
And very honorable.
Well, this one is sorry for your loss. I'm sure it pains deeply. But the Beast King and Korek seem to respect this man, which is not easily done. So, thank you for sharing.
What can you tell us about this Beast King?
Yes. Oh, the Beast King is, frankly, a terrifying force. He governs the nation with a firm hand, but is wildly considerate. He has been king for as long as I have been living. People respect him. I have wondered if out of fear at times, though I have seen his kindness many times. I think he simply fiercely defends those he trusts and wants to make this nation inhabitable for those that mean well. I may have mentioned this, but once the king, I don't know all of his plans, but once the king received word from your friend Gallus that volatile situations were brewing in Ostenis, he sent out a number of scouts, myself to Forest Hollow, varied scouts to other locations in the Emerald near other creation lands, and some toward the aviaries of Ostenis itself. Korek would periodically translocate, checking in on different scouts, getting reports. Korek happened to be with me when you all were being assaulted by the Arc Knight. He sent word immediately to the king, and the king appeared behind us, arriving at from his own power, and rushed in, I believe, to the town below to make sure your people were safe. But that is obviously when I had to lead you all southward. I believe Korek intended to lay your friend to rest and reconvene with the king. I do not know what their plans were from there, other than that Korek would plan on meeting us in Kirsan.
Before we go into your nation, we don't know a lot. I'm curious, and I don't want you to think I'm asking for tactical reasons. I don't want to take advantage of anything, but do your people have many enemies on their borders that we should be aware of? Just so we understand this political state we're walking into before we ask for help.
There are very few political allyships or rivalries amongst the people of Chimeras. There are no territorial warfare where people may seek to take more lands for themselves at the subjugation of other peoples. The Beast King and his seneschals, his high-ranking officers, and the other monarchs that dot the landscape of Chimeras all have a similar mindset of accommodating their people's need for whatever they wish. There are, of course, seedy elements throughout the landscape, more warfaring tribal people that may be more self-serving, or guilds and dens of thieves in local areas that may take advantage of the locals. But at large, we are not allied or at rivalry with any nearby lands. As I understand, the bird folk of the Caneloft are often run into friction with your people, the moon elves of the Emerin, as well as we occasionally have seen friction with Bellidonia. Bellidonia has a history of trying to push into the Emerin and take lands for themselves, even though they have the largest nation in the entire continent. But those relationships aren't particularly hostile right now, as I understand. They are just always a source of suspicion. But as you venture forth into various cities and townships here in our lands, no one will immediately find cause to harm you unless you draw unwanted attention or offend those around you, etc. So it would be prudent to try and keep a low profile, but you should be unassailed.
What would the bird folk, what was their tribe called?
The Caneloft is the region of the southwestern Emerin where many of the bird folk live. I imagine your people may be north of them, but have not ventured as south as the Caneloft region of the Emerin.
Do you think we'll run into many of them?
Perhaps there are various Aarakocra, Kenku, other bird folk that that live amongst various cities in Chimeris, but certainly the densest population would be westward of here, which is not our route for now.
Dora, how would you recommend keeping a low profile? We kind of stick out. Should we wear disguises? Maybe costumes?
We got a bunch of fur coats.
Yes, you certainly can use coats or cloaks or cloaks to keep hoods up and mitigate your visible appearance. Though, frankly, even if you brashly march in, people may be drawn to you and attempt to poke and prod at you out of curiosity, or even swindle unsuspecting non-Villian, but people will not attack you on sight by any means because of the nature of your appearance. We are a varied racial populace here in the Chimeran regions, and there are more humanoid Villian as well. Ones that look like humans or elves and have other features, marks of different bloodlines and lineages that mark their kind. But
we should let you rest. Oh, sorry.
Yes, unless you have other questions. I am going to take a rather long cat nap and lick my wounds if you would so allow. But
just one question: How do the wild folk greet each other?
No specific terms. I find myself and others simply saying hello kin or greetings kin. We all consider, or we try to consider, all Villian kin of one another. Whether we are different bloodlines or lineage, we are all one. We are varied appearance and race, but we are all inhabitants of this wild land.
We won't.
Kin may mean more to some than others.
Thank you for the information. Go ahead and rest.
Thank you, friends. And she will kind of curl up in a dog or cat-like spherical little huddle and lay down on her bedroll.
Bacon, what is it? Bacon, when cats.
Well, biscuits is like when they hit in the ear. Yeah.
But at some point before going to bed, I want to take the goggles and officially identify those. I'm assuming as goggles of night.
Yes, they are in fact goggles of night, specifically created by the hag. You imagine they're rather severe in their appearance. They are adorned with an actual portion, the upper portion of an owlbear beak that comes to a point, various feathered plumage that peeks out from the arcane lenses. You imagine this enchantment is not particularly rare, so you could, you specifically may be able to craft or create something like this or replicate this device, or you could find possibly vendors that may sell similar objects if you wanted to, especially with this this version seeming so starkly wild. There's probably other varied appearances of this kind of enchantment.
Got it.
But
Kurt,
yes, goggles of night.
I have an artificer question for later that I just need to remind myself of. Jiri, catch. And I'll toss Jiri the goggles. You might find those helpful and fashionable, if I don't say so. And then I believe Telperion was walking over and handing me the needles.
What do you mean if you don't say so? You just said so.
It's just a thing my mom would say.
Here's
Never
some needles.
Jiri, try those on. You should. It might help what you see.
These are hideous. If I wear them, Telperion's gonna think I'm a bird, and he's gonna try to attack me.
Right, but think of where we're going. We're going into chimeras, and you were talking about a disguise. Those might help.
Just put them on and we'll see if you look like a bird.
Telperion, don't hit him.
Come on, let's see if I forget.
All right. And then he turns around and puts them on, and then turns back to
I punch him.
So, Jiri, as soon as you turn away and put them on, the moment you put them on, as soon as the crystal lens passes over your eyes, everything in the surroundings lights up around you, and it is way less dim. It is borderline early evening in terms of the light level in this space. It is very clearly more easy to identify your surroundings and various visual things in the woods around you. And as soon as you turn back around, there's a fist right headed your way.
See, Roulette, I told you. Telperion can't help himself.
Oh, no, I just needed to get one out of my system. It's been brewing for a while. You should wear those. I do like feathers, actually.
Brewing for a while.
Maybe Roulette, maybe you can remove the feathers, make them a little bit more fashionable.
That would ruin that. Don't do it.
Hold on to it for a bit. I'll see if I can maybe make a better pair or fix those.
Yeah, they should be blue.
Oh, that is true. I could paint them.
Jiri, I'll wear them if you don't want to wear them yourself.
No, I'll keep them just in case. It does make it actually look cool out. I can actually see.
It'll make you more useful on watch too.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh my God.
You can cook and everything in the dark.
But yeah, other than that, as you guys are getting ready for bed over the next period of time, who's trying to do what? You guys are free to conversate however much you want, pursue interests, whatever.
Needles.
Telperion is
needles.
Needles
Next.
3 needles, something. I don't know.
Amethyst. One looks like amethyst, one looks like platinum, and one looks like gold.
Which do you identify first?
Oh, it's not just like a set. Oh, we'll do the platinum one first.
As you examine this long, aggressive, thick-looking platinum needle that at a moment's notice you once thought it may be for sewing or something, it definitely has a thicker base and a more aggressive point that seems to be thick enough and strong enough that it could pierce skin. As you identify this needle over the course of the next 10 minutes or so, you can add platinum needle of Spell Rot Tattoo to your inventory. This needle seems to be somehow enchanted with a way that when applied to a limb of your choice, it will subconsciously take an appearance of your choice and be inked on your skin. And this specific enchantment lets you release that ink in a moment of power, casting the spell contained within. For the platinum one, it is passed without a trace. One use.
The needle is one use itself.
Yes, as soon as you use the needle becomes ink and fuses into your skin as well. And as soon as you cast that spell, the ink is completely consumed.
Oh. Well, do you have to know how to do magic to use it?
You suspect? No.
No, this is one of those things. So it's not like the scroll where you need to, I guess, understand the basis of it. The ink is the magic. Once it's kind of in you, on you, you kind of you give it a tap and you flex your bicep and it just does.
And in that vein, Roulette, as you're just explaining that, you also recall that's actually similar to the way you identified this Bramblevine chestnut works. Now that you said that, you're like, oh, the Bramblevine chestnut's similar in that it's not like you have to understand the nature of the arcane language like a spell scroll. When you crush that and deal 1d4 piercing damage to yourself, you can just instantly cast Spike Growth. It's similar, but noticeably different.
It's a specific way the enchantment works. You have to spend a whole bunch of magic to put it in the thing, and
but what fool can't cast magic?
Right. So that was the platinum
spells and all that.
Are you holding on to these, or is someone else holding on to these?
Does anyone want to hold on to these? We don't. I can do it.
I'll do the amethyst one next.
You can add, or whoever's adding it to their inventory. Yeah, I guess Telperion gets the golden one. The next one is also addable in D&D Beyond. Amethyst Needle of Spell Rot Tattoo. Same function, different spell, counter spell.
Gasp. I break it. And then the gold one as my nightcap.
Oh yeah, sorry. Telperion gets a platinum one. And then whoever can get the amethyst. Golden one, for whoever wants to add that, can add Golden Needle of Spell Rot Tattoo. Same function again, different spell. Magic Weapon.
Oh. You enchant a weapon for an hour, a minute, or whatever. Oh. Shall we tattoo each other later?
Noticeably, because these are consumable items, these do not require attunement by any means. These can just be inked on your person. You can shape how the ink melds around your arm or your leg or your head or wherever you want to put it. It will be stored there and now visible and can be released at will.
Let's just hold on to these for a bit, and we can make those tattooing decisions later.
Yeah, let's just put them all in the sleeve, and I'll just hang on to them, and we can make some artistic decisions later. Unless someone wants to hold on the sleeve of them, I don't care. I got it.
You hold on to them, yeah.
Touch a non-magical weapon until the spell ends, what becomes a magic weapon +1 bonus attack. Oh, so you create a +1 weapon.
Essentially, yep.
Speaking of weapons, Jerry, look at it. Did you get to check it out before? And I pull out the blade of Lucid Jade and I show it to him.
Oh yeah, that was the sword I found in the woods. It's kind of cool. Not as cool as mine though.
I think it was enchanted, so only an elf could draw it. We were hurrying at the time, so I didn't mention it. But that's on reflecting. I think that might be what it was.
Would make sense because I'm not an elf.
That's true. You do have pointed ears, but you're happy with your blade?
Very much so. This is Ardros the Stormbender. It's the most powerful blade in all of existence. It's just not charged right now, unfortunately.
Maybe we'll find some lightning in Chimeras.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Somebody told me that there's a lot of electricity down south, so it makes sense to go this way.
Who told you that?
I don't know. Some gnome.
Was his name Toby? Or Moby?
No. He was back in Forest Hollow, I think.
Oh, was that from Ira? Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
The guy that kind of looks like Gene.
I believe you got some information from the library on Ostennis, but yes, most recently from Ira.
Oh, yeah.
Well, who does it? I don't care. I can take the first watch if you want me to.
Alfie can keep you company too.
Sure. Welcome his company.
Alfie, keep him company. Sure. We can edge away from wherever Sora is catnapping.
As he sets it in front of you, I don't think any of the others have seen it yet, have they? So it seems to be what Toby Ram just set in front of him seems to be this circular, maybe 3 or 4 inch. No, not that big. It's like 2 inches in diameter, a thick medallion of weathered metal that seems to just be faintly pulsing with like an arcane blue-green cyan colored light. Hard to see, but every once in a while you'll see it kind of like through the inscriptions and the runes on this object. You see kind of shining through just bits of energy within this medallion.
I'll go to take a half step forward and reach for my identifying tools again. Toby, may I? That's a good question. Hold on, I'm gonna double check that. Yes, it touched, so I will not do that. I guess just from a because I'm in like identifying mood, can I get any sort of sense from? Actually, I will just instead take 10 minutes to ritually cast Detect Magic, which I think I still have. I do. To do Detect Magic. And before you tell me anything, while I'm doing that, so, Toby, I won't touch it. I'll just see if I can get a kind of a general sense of what it's kind of what the deal is with that. I mean, to answer your question, my main goal for leaving home was to learn and kind of leave a mark on the world. My dad, I'll say it till to the end of time. He's the greatest mind in Belladonia and all of Aeridon. He's a smart man. He's the smartest man, and I want to make him proud, and I want to make my mom proud, and Tinkerton name across the nation. But I mean, he was smart, but I know, and he would never admit this. He made all of his things and did all of his inventions because he wanted to help people. He most of the stuff he gave away to the farmers for free, to the other shopkeepers for protection, and he did it out of the good of his heart. And I think that's what I want to do. I want to help people. By learning some more things that I can make. And I don't know, my dad would always say, inventions don't just pop out of thin air. They come from experiences and observations and other ideas you've already had. And I think being around you guys, I'm getting plenty of new observations and experiences that I can learn from and imbue into whatever I make. I think that's to your point. That's why I enjoy sticking around you guys, and if hanging around you guys means we get to topple an entire nation that invaded another one and killed one of our really good friends, then I think that's where that's what I want to do, and I will continue casting Detect Magic ritually.
Sure. So all you guys are welcome to continue this conversation over this 10 minutes. Toby Rama, did you cast Detect Magic on this before? Okay, I thought so, but you were blinded by the sensation when you did that. So maybe you trust Roulette's ability to arcanely understand this thing better than you were able to. But Roulette, toward the end of the 10 minutes, you have a similar sensation of, for a few moments, your vision goes white as this thing just emanates such potent, deep magic that your vision is completely taken from you for a few seconds, and possibly after a moment of start, you do slowly, your surroundings kind of come back into focus slowly, and it lays before you, your spell no longer detecting its bright magic, almost burning through your spell immediately.
Interesting. I'll stumble back a bit and use Alfie for support. Thank you, Toby, for telling me not to touch that. It's a pretty strong enchantment, whatever the hell it is. You said Gallus had that and he gave it to you?
Is that what Cloric was asking about? And he said it was good we had it?
Gallus give you any hints on how to use it? It seems strange that he'd give it to you and not give you more information about it.
Let me pull it up, because you can recall your memory recent enough that I'm not going to require an intelligence check or anything like that. Give me 1 second. I've got it right.
He told you that he showed it to Alaya and some other people, and no one could tell what it was doing.
That's true, and you recall that he had stepped forward with Alaya, grasping for that pouch. So seemingly, he has shown it to Alaya. Korik knew about it. He had mentioned that he had shown it to Ira. He had mentioned that it was Nadia's before she died. and her mother's, matriarch Adola Moreau, before hers. And let me pull up a little bit of extra text that I wanted to include. As was told to you by Gallus, it had been passed down along their bloodline for a long time, who knows how long. And when Nadia passed, Lady Moreau specifically wanted Gallus to hang on to it, but he couldn't make heads or tails of it. And they gave it to you, hoping you might be able to better understand it than him, but to use your judgment for who to show it to or let touch it.
Are we reading while looking at it? We're reading the phrase for the...
Yes.
Oh, it's in Celestial.
It is in Celestial. So as Toby Rama speaks it, it is, must a soul, both wild and true, bear thy forsaken quarter, lest anguish old cause ire new, compel them toward disorder.
That makes me think of where we're going. Because she called them the wild folk. Maybe they're bears. But also, they seem disorderly, and I don't mean that as an insult, just like a chaotic people. I wonder if people here would... I mean, Korik obviously is someone we should ask.
Toby, one last thing I mentioned. So you know I'm from Belladonia. I did write back to my folks to ask them about that platinum coin. I mean, don't get your hopes up, but it's kind of a good news, bad news. Belladonian money doesn't leave Belladonia. It's a kind of a pride thing. You know, all those rich idiots think that they're better than everyone else in the capital, so they like to keep their money. And if a platinum coin made its way all the way up into Duras, wherever you were, my dad wasn't sure, my mom and dad weren't sure what kind of custom that would be, but it definitely is a notable thing. So it's not just a random coin left to, help a baby. Someone did that on purpose. It was a specific thing. So, yeah.
Help a baby. Is there anything heavy around us?
There are your tents that are set up. There's various maybe logs of stumps of trees that have fallen. You can search the surroundings for anything.
So Toby, to answer your question, what I'm doing at this time, I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing somehow, and I don't know why or how. My people, as I've told you before, have been stagnating, just like trying to preserve and hold on to memories of the past, but we've also been losing and diminishing. So I left without anyone's knowledge of permission, except my father's, and that's all. And I mean, you've always seen me able to move small things, and I want to just and then I'll lift a log, like a dead tree, but I want to drop down quietly. I was like, I've tried for 100 years to be able to move pebbles, and as soon as I left, things like this started happening for me. So I'm looking for the Alealo, and journeying with all of you, even though I'm not finding information on them quickly, something is going right. And also, I have to think about my people, and first of all, I want that Arknight slain for using that blade, because I believe it's of my people, and for killing Gallus. And Duras, whatever they're doing, I'm not foolish enough to think that they'll just stop at Creatia, and the Emerald's right there. It's already been burned once. So I have to decide if going to my people and asking for their help is the best way to preserve them, or leaving them to hide and defend their borders is wise. But venturing with all of you and gathering information is a great move for me at the moment. So I'm in no hurry to do anything in particular besides continue with the plans we've been making.
Well, Toby, I don't know how much help I'm going to be reclaiming that kingdom. I'm trying to reclaim my own kingdom, Jolland, and I feel like I haven't made a lot of progress on that. Nowhere closer than I was all those weeks ago or days ago when we met up. So, I'm sorry to say I'm not very good at it, unfortunately. But maybe with your guys' help, we can do both. Maybe we can reclaim 2 kingdoms. Work together, teamwork.
You also seem to be fighting your own demons. You probably need to sort that out before you can reclaim your kingdom.
Demons? I haven't seen any demons.
Wolves.
Yes. The wolf's bite cursed. It still has me. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it.
Maybe
Hopefully
maybe the wild folk here would have answers for you.
I bet they would. So we'll have to ask them how to get rid of curses.
Does that answer your questions, Toby? I don't think any of us are in a hurry to split apart.
It's mutual.
I play Nigeria, so him too.
Oh, he's very evil.
All right. Well, is there any other pre-sleep interests you all want to pursue?
I identified everything.
I'll take that first watch.
Okay.
I guess I want to... oh, sorry. What?
No, yeah, go. What were you going to say?
While doing the watch, I will investigate Kilmvor's kiss.
Okay. You're free to do that. Is everyone going to sleep right away? Are there any other... Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Wait, did you touch it? Oh.
As you're focusing on it, you just feel its comforting warmth in your hand. As it pulses, its warmth kind of increases and then fades, and then increases and dulls. Just periodically. It's very comforting. But you are able to spend time with it. Are you intending to attune to it? Okay, so Toby Rama's not intending specifically, but you kind of just are.
Just fall in love sometimes.
I'm gonna wait till the morning, so don't add it to your inventory yet, but we will get there. Yeah, is there anything else, Jiri? Were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I would want to know before we went to bed, like, what was the order of, like, who's taking, like, first
what are the
watch and second
intended
watch, and then, because I would
For
want to
sure.
know when specifically Toby's watch is.
Yep, got it. So Telperion has announced that he would like to take first watch. Toby Rama, were you interested in taking a specific shift? Final, okay.
I'll go in the middle.
Okay. So Jiri, you are not on the hook for a watch, but you can keep an eye out or listen for Toby to begin his watch and be able to speak with him at that point. So we'll make sure to pause for a moment at that point. Okay. Tell Pyrian when he's back, I would like him to make both a perception check and a nature check with herbalism proficiency.
Did you hear him?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
He'll be right there. Yeah. He had too much coffee. I do want to. It's sad because I have some things I could theoretically move forward on, but I do want to wait till he's back.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna take a pee break then too, really quick. Sorry.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I love this song so goddamn much. Ooh. That's super cool. There's no pressure to come up with a group name, but I will instigate in the near future an opportunity for you guys to have that type of discussion. Although there's still no pressure to make a decision, I'll just like start poking at you guys. I'm excited to get to this long rest.
You're on watch.
I lied about the Kellenborg's pissed because I have a new blade to check out.
Okay. Give me a perception check first, just over the course of your watch.
No.
And nature.
Huh?
Well, not nature anymore because he's not doing the Kellenborg's kiss investigation.
Oh my god, my new proficiency. Oh, no, it's not new proficiency yet. 16.
Yeah, you are keeping your ears out, and it is peaceful. You hear the wind just like sweeping through the tall reed grasses of this outer portion of grassland savanna. Cool moonlit night. Nothing that your senses catch that you think is particularly dangerous. Various sounds through the forest a little bit to your side, but nothing that concerns you.
Nice. Okay. So I want to I have the sword out, and I'm definitely like admiring it, checking it out, trying to read the Elvish inscription on it. And then I want to practice I take my shield off, and I want to practice just the whole I'm just trying to get in the flow of this new blade that I've never used before. And then I want to be trying to quickly draw my sliver, and I'm not going to throw it because I don't want to be creating a racket at night here. But I'm practicing doing a thing and then trying to grab it quickly and almost throw it, but then I don't throw it.
Gotcha. Examining the blade, you definitely are caught by the beauty of the blade itself. It's definitely not metal, which you're used to using metal weapons. This is clearly honed from some ancient, durable, translucent emerald material. And the way it's chipped and honed and stuff makes you think the form of this blade was once something even larger and maybe bulkier that had been whittled down to the form of this, and then affixed into a carved from dark jade material hilt. You do notice it's not specifically elvish inscriptions carved into the blade, but more wood elven patterns.
Okay.
So just like visually, swirls and leaf patterns and wind patterns, just very natural elements that you're very used to seeing. They just have their own style to them that's different from the Moon's Crest elves. And then go ahead and make a dexterity check for me.
That's a natural one.
As you are practicing your sword and then grab and hold it up as if you're going to throw it, sword, then grab. You do that a couple times awkwardly, and then you're like, okay, I can do this with, like, I've worked on the muscle memory. I think I can do this. You swing and grab, and you slice your fingers on your crest, your twin sliver, taking 1d4 damage.
Oh my god. That's so
4. Oh no, sorry. 2.
Yeah, I rolled. Well, it doesn't matter. You rolled, so that's totally fine. Yeah, you take 2 points of slashing damage, injuring your fingers in the process. Not severing tendons or horrible things, but you definitely shed blood. And you're like, fuck, this is definitely going to take some time to master.
I look around to see if anyone saw.
Make a perception check.
Perception 18.
18. You think your comrades are Sora's asleep, Tobirama's asleep. It seems like Jiri's asleep. Roulette, you think, is asleep. But Roulette, right as you hear a shit, your eyes kind of open slightly. And then as you try and go back, calm yourself back to sleep, your eyes go wide as you feel a sudden familiar surge of inner discomfort, a heaviness to the air you breathe, a bitter taste in the back of your throat, and the faintest scent of ozone on your breath. The discomfort grows rapidly, and you fear you have nowhere to hide this potential outburst like you were able to in your room in Nora Camp. Please make a Constitution saving throw for me. And if you would like, you can choose to give yourself advantage on this.
Tim, your screen is being so weird.
Tim, your camera's doing weird things. He probably knows this.
Oh, weird.
Oh, you could stop doing it now.
Yeah, I'm gonna give myself advantage on this.
Okay.
This number, shit. This should only be +5. I did the level up. So,
Oh, that's fine. You can include the level up. Go ahead and just roll a con save for me with advantage because you're choosing to give yourself advantage.
What are you talking about?
Wow, 20 was the DC. You are horrified in this moment that you may lose control of this phenomenon within plain view of your friends and with Telperion on watch. But in a feat of increased constitution, you are able to steel your stomach and the phenomenon diminishes with nothing but a soft belch and a growl in your stomach that sounds strangely like the guttural snarl of like a big cat, like a lion or tiger. The moment has seemingly passed, and this time you felt a strange sense of control keeping it suppressed. But you know this volatile phenomenon within you still lies there, dormant, capable of escaping it if you allow. Roulette, you officially gain access to a biological enigma, which I have added to your character sheet. It should be in the features and traits. You now are in control of that.
Biological enigma?
So Telperion, you notice a momentary shifting of Roulette and then a burp, but she seems to be calm enough where she doesn't need to get up or is not.
The only thing I care about is if her eyes are open and she saw my moment of uncoolness.
Oh, in that moment where I felt it, I immediately would have rolled to like face the outside of the circle. And I'm doing that thing where like if you sit in a leather chair and it sounds like you farted, like you just keep rustling to like make more noise, like to just like get comfortable.
Perfect.
I probably lay awake for 10-15 minutes,
Sure.
but yeah.
Yeah, you feel kind of like just an energetic buzzing within your lungs and deep stomach that you can only almost like as you're falling asleep or staying awake, but considering going to sleep in those next 10 minutes, you just feel like an enhanced sense of control over that phenomenon for some reason. And knowing what it once did, you suspect you could put it to use if you choose. Although I'm sure Roulette will be nervous to do so, but you have that feature added to your sheet. Telperion, your watch goes by. 2 hours or so go by successfully. Do you wake up Roulette for second shift?
That was the agreement.
I'm taking second shift, yeah.
Okay. Roulette, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Can't believe I rolled a 1.
Similar to Telperion, Telperion may have even given you indications of like, here's what to listen for. I've heard some snaps in the trees, but nothing large, just wildlife, birds flitting, etc. And so keeping your eyes on those same kind of stimuli, nothing concerns you over the course of your watch. You do notice Toby Rama tossing and turning a little bit, seemingly not very peaceful sleep, but he seems to be sleeping.
Just keep an eye on everyone. Mostly at some point, like halfway through my shift, I want to just like confirm that everyone seems to be asleep.
Yeah, I would say at this point, everyone seems to clearly be asleep other than Telperion, who is in his stance trancing.
Meditating.
Yeah.
I will, I'll take out Moby 3, and I'm just gonna like attach him to a tree with his pointy little legs, and I'll like activate Alfie. Just keep an eye on them and just start rattling around if you see anyone else, if that alarm starts going off. And I'm going to. I didn't see your mouth move, so I did not know where that came from. And I'm going to wander, like
he's literally BB-8 in my mind. Like he's
BB-8 with wings.
A golden or a bronze BB-8. Oh well, Moby's certainly with the wings, but Alfie just rolling around is just literally BB-8 sometimes for me.
I am going to go like probably like 50 to 60 feet away, just like I can still see camp, but just like on the peripheral of on the edge of my vision.
Your dark vision.
Yes, my dark vision. And I'm just gonna face away from the camp for a bit, and I'm just gonna like do some heavy breathing, and I'm gonna at some point like work up the courage to do that thing where you make yourself burp. No, like where you push air down to like force yourself to burp. And I'm gonna. I'm like, she's very nervous, and I'm just gonna try and like see if I feel anything, and I'm assuming I'm going to accidentally activate this like across the 10 burps that I silently do. But yeah.
So over the course of this period of time, kind of working on your breath work, gathering the courage to do so, you can feel when your lungs are contracting and expanding, you can feel the denser air in there. It's not difficult to breathe. You just feel it's denser. And as you take a deep inhale, you feel like a buzzing of energy, and it kind of creeps up the back of your throat, and you feel control over the sensation. Are you choosing to expel it?
After like the 10th time that I do this, I will take another 10 feet forward, just like nervous steps, and then yes.
Okay. The first time you're doing this, you unintentionally use both the action feature and the bonus action feature.
I don't know what this is. I forget what it is.
As your mouth slowly opens and you allow that phenomenon to creep through your mouth slowly opens, and almost like biological instinct taking over your brain's commands. And in an involuntary tensing of your stomach and lungs and throat, you convulse violently for a moment as a flash erupts from your mouth and a streak of white-blue lightning rips across the ground in the brush in the forest you've wandered into, accompanied by a loud, snarling roar that emanates from your mouth. That just like billows out. Absolutely catches Toby Rama. This wakes you up immediately. With your passive perception, I will say, like, Roulette, you're far enough away where you're not automatically waking up the rest. Sora may like twitch an ear and kind of look up around, but Toby Rama, you definitely are woken by that sound. And Roulette is not at your campsite.
As soon as I do this, I like there's a split second of just panic, fear, shock, standing there looking like is the forest on fire in front of me at this point?
It has not caught. The forest in this location's damp enough where none of the brush underneath have charred up in the unleashing of that plasma. But definitely singed, and like you're seeing the scent, like a little smoke drifting up from that jagged line you just carved across the ground, but no fire.
2 breaths, and then I turn around and I bolt back to camp. Doing that thing like 5 feet out of the camp where I just like slow down and just like.
Yeah, you see, like, as you're rushing back, you definitely see Toby Rama shifting and starting to like rise a bit.
Oh, hey Toby, you got like two more hours before you got to be up. Remember how we're talking about trust before? Everything's fine. You can go back to sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow about it. Just trust me. It's everything's fine. We're good.
Very well.
I spend the rest of my shift writing in my journal, and I start a letter that says just mom and dad, comma. You know, like SpongeBob when he writes the word
mom and dad. What the fuck?
Well, no, it's just like, so you know when SpongeBob just likes the essay with the word the.
Yes.
I just write mom and dad, comma, and there's nothing else yet. I start that letter, but I do start in my journal writing down the feelings and activating and all the other stuff that I felt.
Okay, perfect. You're
and then I wake up Toby at the end of my shift.
I got your medicine.
Okay, as you're waking up Toby Rama, before that happens, let's go over to Telperion for a moment. Telperion, what are you guiding your trance in any specific directions? Are you letting passive thoughts kind of come into your own head subconsciously? Are you any intent to your trance tonight?
I think I'm intentionally trying to not guide anything tonight.
Okay. Being more passive in this moment, subconscious thoughts and memories sometimes flash before your eyes in these trances. Thoughts come to you of Gallus's fight with the Arc Knight, that sword he was wielding. You think of the people of Forest Hollow now taking shelter at those ruins of the Elealor, amidst walls of ancient paintings now faded from time. You think of the painting of that woman wielding those 2 great swords. You think of her bright hair and the streak of dark gray painted in her hair. and you think of her dark tan skin. Although now it occurs to you that the skin tone was not as dark as what you expect of a sun elf. Elves who notoriously have very dark complexions, almost always juxtapositioned by their sun-bleached hair colors. This woman seemed different as you reflect on that memory, but she was clearly being given great care while being painted by that sun elven sage you witnessed in the vision. A woman clearly depicted in great reverence. A surprising voice rings out in the space around you, pulled subconsciously from deep in your mind, almost narrating this moment of your trance. The writings in the journal of Eluil's father suggest that Illicent's own father and mother separated from their people, wanting to assimilate with the larger world, instead of accompanying the Alealor as they had pursued isolated seclusion in wild lands untamed. You just hear that voice echoing around, very clearly from Delta, who had said those words to you at Lux Monastery. Please make an intelligence check for me.
Oh, there it
Not
is.
saving throw, just a check.
These are my new blues. 14.
A particular memory flashes before your eyes as you hear Delta's voice. You remember being in Lux Monastery, being guided by Delta through the halls and beautiful space of that monastery. Delta at your side, narrating different pieces and areas of the space and aiding your curiosity. And a flash of very brief, with this intelligent check, not quite enough to get clear information, but enough to get some. A bit of peripheral subconscious scenery clarifies for just a moment in your memory. The painting of a man next to the table where the journal of Illicent, Eluil's father, Eluil being the half Sun Elven founder of Lux Monastery. Illicent's journal encased in glass, and right to the side of it, an image of Eluil painted. In a split second, you feel like Eluil was painted with a similar skin tone to the woman on the wall.
And he was supposed to be a full sun elf?
Eluil specifically was half Sun Elf.
Okay. Oh. Okay. All right, thank you. Later, I'll probably ask you for those, what you said, so I can write it down.
Otherwise, your trance continues peacefully. Roulette, feel free to wake up Toby.
Toby, it's your turn. I'm gonna go pass out.
Toby Rama, you feel as you wake up the medallion that was being clutched kind of to your person still just feels comforting and warm. And I don't know how you want to interact with it or not on your watch, but it's just, you have not fully attuned to it yet. You are just continuing to keep it nearby. Its warmth, a comfort to you. Jiri, when Toby Rama's watch begins, a voice in your head just says, "He's up. Now may be the time."
And Jack says, "Yeah, okay, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go talk to him." And Jiri will rise, or Jiri's body will rise, and a fog kind of comes out and covers his face. And he just tiptoes over and sits down next to Toby. And Toby, if you like look over, you'll notice it's not Jiri sitting next to you. It's Jiri's body, but the face of this half elf with like kind of dark purplish skin. And Jack says to you, "Hey, Toby, it's Jax. It's really the only time I can get out is when Jiri's sleeping, I guess. Just wanted to stretch my leg, or I guess Jiri's legs a little bit. And, you know, it gets kind of lonely inside his mind. So I was hoping I could come and chat with you if you don't mind. You're on watch anyways." Well, I was just coming to see if you had a opportunity to talk to Jiri yet. I know last time we talked, you had mentioned you were going to talk to him about maybe letting me out more frequently or every once in a while, just so that I could do more to kind of help out with the crew. Um, I'm kind of worried about him. He's got this idea in his mind about going to Jawland, and I'm not sure if, everything he thinks is real actually is real. I think it might all be make believe. You saw that book of his, right? Yeah, I just don't know if, he's kind of delusional or just, living in his own fantasy world. But all I know is I'm stuck inside his body somehow, and I'd really like to get out. And I know my path eventually is going to take me to Durast, because somehow my background, I'm from there. And so, I was listening to what you said to the others about, helping potentially overthrow the evil that's out on this land. And I just feel like I could be beneficial to that more so than Jiri could. I get what you're saying. I know. It's tough to trust me because you met Jiri first, and I'm sure he said all sorts of stuff about me, but I'm gonna have to respect your decision in that regards. But if you could just say, maybe share, maybe 50-50, right? Half his time, half my time. I guess, you can imagine how irritating it is to only be let out for a few hours at nighttime. So if there's anything you could do to help me, that would be much appreciated. I definitely want to gain your trust, but I can't if I'm not allowed out.
Sure. Yeah, and you haven't spent as much. I also don't think you've spent as much time with Jack, so it's maybe harder to read facial cues, that kind of thing. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make an insight check with disadvantage. And then Jiri Jax, you can give what information, what insight you want to based on his role.
Dang, okay. Insight check. So you can tell that, Jax is like trying very hard to persuade you, right? Which would make sense, right? You can see that he is earnest about wanting to be out, wanting to be able to have more control, wanting not to have to be inside Jiri. Um, Nothing that he told you was not truthful.
Yeah, I think just
yeah.
just to give a little bit of information there, like Tim just said, nothing you saw as untruthful, or even if you could identify his desire to get out as self-serving, nothing seemed particularly nefarious in that regard. And he seemed truthful in his own ability to help you better than Jiri could.
I would say there's a sense of like a greater confidence in his abilities. Like Jiri kind of just seems like he accidentally does stuff, whereas Jack seems more deliberate, and you would be able to tell that he does seem like he is someone who is used to fighting as compared to Jiri. Yeah, I completely understand that. If you could at least just talk to him a little bit and just see if he'd be willing to work with me, I think it'll mean a lot coming from you or one of his friends as compared to coming from me. And you can imagine there's a lot of distrust between him and I, since he thinks I'm cursing him and I'm just stuck inside his body somehow. I'm not sure how it happened, but that's about my time. Jiri will be waking soon. So again, Toby, it was nice talking to you, and maybe we can talk again sometime soon. And then his face kind of mists back inside Jiri's mouth, and Jiri kind of snaps awake, and he says, "Oh, hey, Toby. I guess we're on watch duty together." No,
Jiri,
not
you actually
anymore.
Yeah, Jiri, you actually feel very alert and refreshed. Toby Rami, you're starting to feel rather tired, actually.
No, not really. Been sleeping. Oh yeah, like what? That would kind of suck, I guess. Well, I trust you, Toby. What would you have me do? But Toby, if I give him control, but then what would I do? Okay, Toby, I'll think about it.
Perfect. So after some valuable conversations, Jiri can kind of keep an eye on things for the final little bit of watch. Toby Rama, as you kind of set back up with your sleeping accommodations, you fall into a dream. Familiar darkness takes your vision, and you twist and turn in stressful sleep as thoughts of trauma and stress assault your mind. You dream of the hag in the thicket and her blighted tree minion. You swing again and again with Gallus's axe at the tree. And in a moment of lucidity, you actually recall that you had carved into this beast with the axe, toppling the tree. But now the bark of the monstrosity seems impenetrable. Your axe clangs harmlessly off its form again and again. And with each swing, its bark turns from its blighted black to a gleaming silver, chrome-like in appearance. You swing and swing, exhausting yourself. And after looking down to catch your breath, you look back up to see not the tree, but the familiar helmeted visage of the Arc Knight in his gleaming bright chrome armor, flawless, without mar or imperfection. Is there anything you do as this form looms in front of you? Make an attack roll. You strike at what you know to be a good strike on the armor, but in the last moment, the figure's gauntleted hand grabs your wrist, preventing impact. And in a familiar sensation, the knight leans in slowly toward you. And as if you were in Gallus's point of view in that moment, the Arc Knight plunges his blade deep in your chest and tenderly holds your head with his other gauntlet. You feel a blaze of warmth from your chest, but not pain. When you look down, there's no sword in your body and no gauntleted hand that wields it. Instead, as the silver mist wraps around you in the space of darkness, the antagonistic form of the Arc Knight transitions into the warm face of Gallus, resting a comforting hand on your chest. You still feel that blaze of warmth, but it's no longer from a gleaming wound in your chest, but rather a warm throbbing, a pulse in your upper chest pocket, right where Gallus's hand is pressed to your body. Wordlessly and with a soft smile, Gallus dematerializes into formless silver mists that twist and curl and coalesce out around you, forming ahead into familiar 6 great wings of shifting silver that stretch out from the ivory-robed Deva of Kelemvor. Wordless, he just stands there. Revenge often clouds the visions of those Kelemvor calls to his side and trusts with his judgment to deliver balance. My lord will not prevent your pursuit of revenge,
But there is more to justice than that. Know that the eternal judge does not eagerly sway balance in the favor of any one mortal. Once a man who fought for good, my lord now reluctantly dedicates himself to the disciplined watch over this balance of life and death. Short-sighted mortals, myself once included, wish for revenge and wish that hearts of evil would be felled in place of those who have profound goodness in them. Alas, in such a pursuit, his domain would sunder, and countless would fall prey to worse fates. In my own mortal experience, balance does not always mean what one thinks it should. It can be frustrating, cause impatience, indignance. But if you steel yourself and devote to its purpose, a faith of true selflessness, you will be instrumental in the benefit of far more than you know. As heartbreak runs deep, dulling or even shattering one's faith, it can be tempered, a renewed devotion that will be a powerful weapon in the war for good. Into your experience, an understandable pursuit. Balance can mean many things, in short term and far. I cannot clarify for you the vision of things yet to be on a cosmic sense in timelines yet to pass. But in the immediate future, my lord has clearly seen fit to reward your service, and thus will trust your judgment. Even if you are not yet fully committed to this selfless act, you may find yourself now a more potent conduit for his divinity in your world. Remember, too, that the greater divinities believe in mortals as often as mortals believe in them. Use his judgment well, Balance Bringer. You see the flecks of wings starting to dissipate slowly into the atmosphere, but his form's still there for now. The visions I have bestowed upon you of a wound deep in your chest, a familiar warmth to the warmth of that medallion, the wound of another. And his form dissipates entirely into a cloud of silver mist that spreads out into the atmosphere. Darkness takes your vision once more, and when you wake to the cresting light of dawn, you are holding the medallion very close to your chest, a comforting warmth upon you, and you have attuned and can add the Forsaken's medallion. Noticeably, the wrapping, the cloth, has fallen to the ground. You are clutching the metal itself, the medallion in your hands. But that will complete your long rest. So you all complete the long rest and are officially level 5.
Woo! Does that not?
Yeah, it's probably.
It automatically does it when you click long rest. Yeah.
Cool.
Because you're at 44. I'm at 43.
I didn't know. Yeah.
So yes, Michael Kennedy, you can look up in D&D Beyond and add to your character sheet Forsaken's Medallion.
All right. On to the city then.
I'm ready to head out as soon as you all are. I would hunt for us in the morning for breakfast, but perhaps we can munch on rations if you have them.
We've got plenty. Let's get going.
Very well. She will gather up her bedroll and kind of stow it in her very minor satchel, get her rapier at her side. Thanks you all for returning her belongings to her. Otherwise, you all are all welcome to head out in the morning. Just a small bit of scenic development. It is a cloudy day, although breaks in the clouds are casting beautiful rays of light onto this wild landscape. These wilds seem fresher in a way, more allowed to flourish and thrive than the familiar territory of Creatia. Telperion specifically, this is probably a good omen to you, as your people take great care not to heavily industrialize or disturb the forest around your people, other than building stone structures and temples, etc. But this is a noticeable difference from the paved gravel pathways and heavily worn dirt from the main Eventide Road in Ostennis, etc. Clearly a little more left to thrive, this landscape. No dedicated cart paths, etc. Is there anything you guys are interested in talking about during your walk? I love how startled MJ gets. Oh god.
I love this feature of my life.
Level 1 feat startled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Startleable human. I've threatened him a few times.
I think the last time I spoke to him was down in the tunnel river. I forget what it was called.
Yeah, the Dark Lake Tunnel. Yeah,
the Dark Lake Tunnel. I think that was he popped out for all of us.
sure.
Is Jury nearby?
I feel like Sora is Jiri's probably like bugging Sora with like boring questions, and she's like, "Yes, this thing or that thing," and you're just like, "Yeah, but what about this?"
Is that true?
So Jiri is distracted at this point. Okay.
No.
Oh, okay. So Jiri's a part of this. Okay. Sorry, my bad.
Pull Jiri away from the Sora conversation.
Doesn't it disturb you how logical he is when he comes to you? If one of us was trapped in another, wouldn't you just be trying to yell and scream and beg to be freed?
Oh, he does that all the time.
Is he listening now? Can you tell?
Maybe. No.
I mean, to I guess Jax's credit, I mean, if all of a sudden Jiri had a new face on and that was screaming and shouting about something, I definitely wouldn't be amenable to letting something like that out. But some other entity who's smart and
cunning and sly and listening to everything we say.
And to Toby's point, straightforward. I don't know. If I was stuck in someone's head and I had an opportunity to talk to the people around, I would not come out screaming and shouting. I'd make a directed, smart plea for assistance like this Jax is doing.
Well, what is to be done?
Sure. Oh. Yes, please. Right now. Just to let you know, Jax is saying this is a bad idea, but I think we should do it.
Okay, do it. I'd like to see this.
I mean, this is a pretty neutral way to test this out. If this Jax person is a curse of sorts, then curse be gone.
All right, what do we have here? Remove curse. I don't know if you fully updated your, or maybe I just need to reload if you've switched up your spells since the long rest. But go ahead and if you can, it should. If you click on it, it should say display in VTT. If you click on that, it should post it to Roll20 just so I can see all the language.
The only one I'm getting rid of is Magic Mouth.
Doesn't know what spell you're gonna do.
You know, I'm swapping alarm for
Mm-hmm.
Magic Mouth.
Okay, so here's one.
The new alarm.
Yeah. I think so. I'm not going to do the other level 2 spells yet.
While we're waiting for this, can I do something inside Jerry's head?
For sure.
Jax is gonna be like to the other voice that's inside with him, who he calls Moby, I guess.
Moby, we need to get out now. We need to force our way out. I think Jiri's gonna do something to kill me.
I don't think this can harm you, but it may give us an opportunity. Let's see how this goes.
Okay. As you cast this, you three looking at Jiri experience nothing. You see like a warmth glow on Toby's hand, but nothing changes about Jiri. There's no energy sucked forth or no curse being dispelled or visual phenomenon that look divine or arcane in a situation. However,
Now, Do it! I will break down the walls! And Jax, you feel a sudden, like, invisible barrier broken down, and you see surrounded it with you in this black space all around you with nothing but a half inch of water in every direction, a black inky water. You see now, for the first time ever, you see Jiri there next to you and can choose, if you want, to inhabit the body.
Oh, Jax snatches Jiri, throws him to the ground, and takes over.
So as Toby Rama, as you pull your hand away and nothing happens for a moment, Jiri just is staring there like blank-eyed before a steam starts to erupt or billow from his mouth. And Tim, you can take it from there.
Oh, I was going to say Jiri would fight back too, but I think Jax would overpower him. And like the steam billows out of his mouth, and instead of just covering up his face, it drops down across his entire body. And before you stands same height as Jiri, but again, a half elf with dark skin, pointed ears, long white hair that's braided. Jiri's clothing changes as well. He's now wearing like a red shirt, gray pants. He's got a cloak behind him, and he just screams, "Yes, finally, I'm free!"
Oh, I'll get my sword out right now.
You're welcome to get your sword out.
It's up here and give him a chance at least.
Just for a bit of flavor.
Oh my god, did you do a new edition? Oh.
That's what you see before you all.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. So you're playing two hot characters?
Jax, as you are seeing daylight for the first time in what feels like forever, you look down, you have full mobile control of all of your limbs. Jiri's form has been shifted with the arcane nature of that steam, and you are in control.
I'm gonna like just jump around and like just make like full motion of my arms and just like feel the air and maybe just jump on the ground and roll around and laugh and shout. Like it's just like an exuberance of emotion.
Noticeably in this state, though, your mind does feel sensitive, tender, fragile in this moment. Maybe it's just the nature of you haven't been in control in a while.
Jack?
Yeah. Oh, what's going on? Feels good to be out finally. Feels good.
Nice to I guess fully meet you for the first time.
Yeah. Good to meet you too.
First question, is Jiri still in there?
No idea. I don't hear him. He's gone.
I think we spoke about what would happen if you hurt him. Do you remember?
I didn't hurt him. He's probably fine.
Touch.
Yeah, you would be able to like in areas where like Jax's body has extended, you'd be able to like put your hand through it. And maybe there's other parts that seem invisible, but you like touch Jiri's clothing. I'm assuming that's how like illusions work. Chris, maybe correct me.
Yep. The nature of that invocation, yes, it is. You are in control of both yourself and your appearance, but it is technically still an illusion. So right now you're actually still wearing Jiri's yellow coat, for example, unless you literally take it off, but you're able to appear the way Jax prefers to.
Yeah. Jack starts taking off the cloak, toss it on the ground, takes the tabby off. The Odachi tosses it on the ground, and he just kind of like lightens his load that he's carrying.
Did you do this to him, Toby?
Thanks, Toby. I appreciate it.
What did you do? So have you killed him?
Will he, though? Not sure exactly where he is. I mean, by all means, we can sit here forever. I'm telling you. I don't know. I'm not sure where he is.
Let me ease their minds for just a moment.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Very quickly, almost without your control, steam erupts from your mouth again, billows around, changing the face of your form back to Jiri before fading and dissipating back into Jax.
He is here. You can assure them so.
See, Jerry's here. Did you see him?
Saw him physically here, but I guess Jax, part of this whole thing, I guess conversations leading up to this, let's say we understand that Jerry is safe and unharmed. You wanted to help us. Is that right?
Yeah, I need to get back to Daynor, figure out what's going on with me. Not sure how this happened. I mean, if you guys want to tag along, that sounds good. I don't know. Jiri could be anywhere. I remember being trapped inside him for a long time. It took me all the way until you guys fought those wolves for me to actually get out and say something and do something. So he might just be lost for a little while. I don't know.
I walk forward and then I force pull Jax to like my open hand.
Jax, make a strength saving throw.
God.
Okay, so here's what happens. Telperion, in a moment of anger, irritation, aggression, intimidation, you pull Jax up into your face telekinetically and look at him intensely with your eyes. Telperion and Jiri, I would like you both to make a intelligence saving throw.
What's happening?
Okay. Oh God, I rolled a 7.
12.
Telperion. Well, let me roll these numbers first.
Oh God.
Telperion, as you, in a moment of increased anger and suspicion and intimidation, as you pull Jax to you intimidatingly, telekinetically, you for a moment unintentionally have a split pain headache, taking 2 psychic damage. Jax, you are thrust with thoughts of aggression and thoughts of you do anything to Jiri in Telperion's voice in your mind. Now yet another mind infiltrating yours. Telperion, as Michael Jacoby's B-Day in-game present, you now have access to the Mind Sliver cantrip.
What?
Jax, when this happens, this moment of, and I'm going to cut the music again, this moment of increased psychic pain in your brain, you see your eyes go black for a moment. As I scroll for 1 second.
As your vision goes black, your eyes in this moment slowly adjust to the darkness, and you look around at your surroundings, and the dark and dimly lit stone dungeon and magical iron cells that once contained you are in your environment. A voice is speaking you from the next cell over, but the sound's a bit muffled. What do you do as Jax in this familiar memory of what once was?
I crawl closer towards the voice that I hear.
You get a little closer, trying to get in audible earshot, and you are able to. Looking through the iron rod bars that are protected with an invisible arcane barrier, you look through, and it's a familiar looking man with blue skin and tousled blue-white hair that has grown messy and unkempt. Yeah, then he marched through the storm to lead the assault on what was once his welcoming home. Anyway, sorry, Jax, but I'm getting real tired. I think I need to rest for just a few moments. As this man falls to unconsciousness, you hear another unfortunately familiar voice of that woman down the hall out of sight. What was that she said? It sounds like she is on her way to an audience with the king or something. As her bootsteps echo way farther, you realize perhaps now's your chance. You feel the weight of a rune stone in your pocket that you had slipped after helping her in your servitude, one that you know controls the magical barrier of your cell.
I take it out and I open the barrier.
As you thrust the stone forward, the arcane barrier around the rods around your cell shimmer for a moment and dissipate. And you are left to walk forward into the arcane lab of that woman. As you kind of walk through it slowly, familiar various arcane experiments and valuable antiquities kind of dot the tables around you. And ahead is the magical door that she has never allowed you in, even while you've been assisting her. But over the course of your servitude, as you remember in this memory, you've picked up on the elvish phrase this woman uses to release the arcane lock on that door. Par Gloria Duragna.
I take one look behind me into the other cells. Just a quick glance to see what I see there.
Familiar forms of a humanoid, a dragonborn, and that blue-skinned air genasi now sleeping deeply slumped in the corner of his cell.
Okay. I turn back and then I'm going to say those words.
So you say Par Gloria Duragna, and
Par Gloria Duragna.
And the runes around the door all hum and fade. And you know the door to be unlocked.
Step inside.
As you walk in, you see what you saw those months ago. Several nefarious and ominous experiments in glass jars with strange materials and substances held in them. Notes, journals and journals of notation and scrolls, wizard tomes, otherwise, other experiments are scattered about. And most notably, along the far corner of this relatively small 20 by 20 room, you see a long wooden table where there are laid out a series of dark, grim, aggressive-looking, corroded, jet black weapons, eerie and menacing, without reflection, Vanta black. Nearby, you notice a fine glass jar seemingly contain some kind of arcane crystal set on a pedestal to your right. And through a reflection off a nearby beaker, you see a plaque that seems to portray the word hex. But then as you get closer, you realize that was just a reflection. What it actually says is X3H, the experiment designation that which inscribes on her various experiments. This one is X3H. Inside this thick glass jar, there seems to be some sort of thick, dark, reflectionless Vantablack sludge that moves and shimmers with a different hue of iridescent color every once in a while, but is primarily reflectionless black. It sporadically moves of its own accord.
Is it sealed in?
It seems to be just an arcane crystal set on a pedestal. And that is within it.
Reach my hand towards it.
As you reach your hand towards it, the sludge on the inside of the glass latches out and tries to grasp at your hands held apart from this arcane crystal. A moment of intense curiosity takes you, and it feels soothingly warm to the touch, and almost subconsciously, without your control, you instinctively pull up the arcane crystal, and the substance latches out onto your arm. It feels uncomfortable, but not painful. And as this sludge crawls across your arm, soaking into your skin, it suffuses into you entirely, and your eyes go black. In a moment, you are immediately back in front of your familiar allies of Tobirama, Roulette, and Telperion. And you hear a voice in your head say, "Interesting. So is that what I am? Some experiment locked away in some dungeon? And you stole me away, or rescued me, perhaps? But what was I before? Could that woman know more? And the man in that cell? I think you, my new pilot, have some explaining to do."
What was I before? I have the same question that you have. We'll have to find out together. I know as little as you do. But for now, we need to calm them down. I don't know what that elf did, but it hurt. I feel slow. My mind torn apart. Can't quite remember anything before that moment.
It is clear they do not trust you yet. It is perhaps most prevalent now that you do work to gain their trust so that we may accomplish our goals. It wouldn't do to pursue your goals immediately and lose their trust and rid us the chance of making it successfully back to Daenor.
Right. We'll help them for now, but then once we get back to Daenor, we'll find that woman. We'll hunt her down.
Of course, yes.
And we'll make her talk. And we'll find out what she did to us.
We are in alignment.
And then Jax will...
Yeah, and you both recover from that moment of headache you just experienced. And I kind of rolled them, but yeah, Telperion, you specifically take 2 damage. Jax, you take 5 psychic damage.
Okay. And I'll say to Telperion, "Ow, that really hurt. I mean, it made me remember some things. I remember Jiri and I used to be friends, okay? So I'm not going to do anything to hurt him. I knew him at one point, but I don't know how I met him. We were both in prison together, I think. But like I said, I'm not sure where he is now. Maybe he'll be back later. There's nothing I can do for now, though."
I do specifically, I pulled you towards me as I walked, and I was grabbing your throat. And I'll say, if I hear you say Daenor again, or imply or try to leave us, we'll see if I kill you and that brings Jiri back. But you're not going anywhere that we aren't going. And right now we're going into the Chimeras.
As Telperion is saying these words to you, you're hearing them out loud, and also every other word you're hearing in your mind. Like he's shoving thoughts into your head. It's very off-putting in this moment.
All right. I won't say that country name, but it's gonna be hard not to. That's where I'm from. I don't know what else to tell you.
What I mean to say is you're not leaving us. And we're going south, not north right now.
If you kill me, you kill Jiri. I'm in his body.
We're not killing anyone. I think, Jax, you're here for, and you don't know the answer to this question. But we don't know how long you're here for before Jiri comes back, before Jiri finds a way to push through or whatever. But I guess fact of the matter is you're here now and you're coming with us to help because you need our help. We want our friend. So I think Jax, I'm Roulette. Nice to meet you. Be civil-ish as much as possible while we get into this new country of Chimeras and try and stop another country from invading someone else. And there's a whole lot of shit going on.
I'm trying to be civil. You guys are the ones that attacked me.
Toby Rama, for the first time in this conversation, you notice that Sora is just standing there, eyes frozen, eyes wide, just grasping her rapier, but not moving.
I will let go of Jax's throat. You've made promises to get free, didn't you? You told Toby you'd help us.
Yeah. I'll help you guys.
Well,
very well. Well, shapeshifters are not something I'm surprised to see in this landscape, though that seems something else. Friends, you are responsible for this one?
Yes.
Very well. Shall we proceed?
Quickly. Let's get back on.
Let me just toss this stuff on the ground real quick, though, first. And
so sure, yeah, you can feel free to discard some of your belongings. What you do notice, though, in this moment, Jax, is as Tim's belated B-Day in-game session present, as you're tossing your stuff, you're noticing the fist wraps that you still wear, the kind of gray beige coloration of them, is starting to, from the forearm up, start to slowly take on a black coloration, as you now notice inky tendrils of substance familiar to you from that memory are suffusing through your skin and soaking the wraps, imbuing them with enhanced power. And you can add Eldritch Fist wraps to your D&D Beyond sheet.
Ooh.
And you hear, as that's happening, you also just hear in your voice say, I think our forms are more suited to each other. I think I can accommodate some of the things Jiri put some of his focus toward without needing to. I think you should have improved access to my power, and I should be able to help your unarmed strikes, even if your focus is already on your blade.
So what is Jax throwing to the ground?
Jiri's stuff.
So Jiri is just naked underneath.
There's the illusion of
Jesus.
I'm taking his tabby. But I'm taking his tabby.
That's the only thing I was really caring about. But
otherwise, you notice the Odashi longsword scimitar-esque blade, or not scimitar-esque, katana-esque. As he throws that to the ground, you've seen it various purple, black colorations. It is noticeably purple laid on the ground before you.
MK, if you just want to write that down. So Tavi and the sword. What else ends up being thrown to the ground?
A yellow cloak. Like a yellow overcoat, I should say. And then Jax would be like, I don't need these night vision goggles. I can see in the dark.
I'll gladly take those back.
The fan in the jar.
Oh, he'll keep the forearm bracers. You can have this stupid fan. I don't need it. But I'm keeping this water bottle. I will get thirsty on our trip. Gonna rid myself of everything that smells like Jiri.
We'll be
Sure.
on our
Please,
way.
please keep an eye on this one if he is to be right behind me.
I'll go right behind Sora too.
And Jax will say this kind of jokingly, but hey, Sora, how much gold would it take you to turn us around and head back to Daenor instead?
I punch him.
You
I'm
are
just
welcome
joking.
to punch him.
This is the third time you've attacked Jiri.
Yeah.
As she just keeps marching forward and just answers the question without turning to you, says, "I answer to no gold, but to the authority I trust."
All right, I'm going.
All right. And at that point, and feel free to add the Eldritch Fist Wraps to your inventory, Jax. I think let's take a bio break there, and before we continue on. So awesome.
So my heart rate was literally heightened.
Me neither.
There were lots of things here that I was prepared for, did not know they would happen like they happened, but it was all awesome. Yeah. Awesome work, everyone, on RP conversations and all sorts of stuff. That was super cool.
I feel like Tim Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, and now Tim and MJ have their B-Day in-game session presence, like Roulette got. Sorry, MK, you gotta wait a couple months.
I feel like Tim gets inspiration for managing 2 characters plus flashback plus getting attacked by an elf.
I actually will give Tim inspiration for juggling a lot of things and role-playing them particularly well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, bio break. I'm gonna get some pasta real quick.
Wait, take this.
Crisp.
What is happening? It should be. I wonder how I made it. Let me pull something up real quick. Oh, I bet I know what I did, but I don't know. Yeah, so don't worry about it yet, but I will need to modify. I've learned some things since I created this item for the first time. So I think I can go in and edit the modifiers to give you +1 to spell attack roll and DC. Just haven't done that yet. Just know that it does that mathematically, but I will fix that mechanically in the immediate future.
Christopher. Yeah. I don't know why I'm like thinking of this now. One of my infusions is replicate magic or replicate object or replicate magic item. I'm assuming if I find an item, I can replicate it.
I would say you can learn to replicate it. So here's the thing with artificers, and I know we've modified this feature very slightly for you as well.
Yeah.
So normally, replicate magic item, I think you pick one thing that you know how to replicate. We've said, I think that it's not just one, it's your proficiency bonus, which has gone up to 3, so you actually can do 3 things. So I would say mechanically, flavor-wise, RP-wise, if you wanted to, you could make this thing be one of the things you know how to replicate it. If you like spend time studying the Goggles of Night, like overnight, you can learn how to replicate that. If you want that to even be one of your replicate items. If you don't, if you're just interested in other replications, just flavor it for us of like how you're learning that information or something. Like mechanically, you have the freedom to choose whatever you want. But that's kind of the nature of replicating.
It was more of.
I think that's the goal. Is like you know how to make a magical item replicating an actual one.
This is not till like future because like I can't change it to I can technically change it with my level 5 upgrade, but I'm gonna keep the 4 that I have. But with level 6, because I get more known and I can infuse more stuff. Yeah, I'll think about that in the future. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Cool. But at the very minimum, your replicate item, the way we've adjusted it, can now account for one additional thing you know how to do. So feel free to make that choice at your leisure.
Cool. I will keep you informed.
Alrighty. Are we ready to dive back in?
One super quick question. I did like go to editor to give myself Mind Sliver, right? I don't think I can.
Oh, I meant to do that because you're a non-caster. What I'm gonna have to do is either create a custom feat for you or create a custom item that just literally allows you to cast that. So I will do that. Just know for this session, just know that you can do that at will now. It's a cantrip. Yeah, I just have not. I forgot that was on my list of I knew I needed to do that. That's just a loose end on my part.
Ooh, and I have a quick question: is Eldrick's Fist Wraps an item, or is that like a unique?
Yes, it's an item.
You made up? It is.
It is a unique item that I made up, which is in the inventory of D&D Beyond. So if you go to manage inventory and just search Eldritch Fist Wraps, it should pop up, and you can add that, and you can attune to that as well.
Gotcha.
Worried that Beyond 20 might not work.
Yay.
Nice.
Hot.
All right. Well, as you, and we can, this level up is a big one in terms of some custom stuff. So like we can work through any hiccups in the following week or whatever. Okay. As you guys are continuing in this open landscape, you are proceeding and you are noticing the grass underneath you get less frequently populous, and it is getting drier and more arid. And as you guys knew when you crested through the Emerald, you could see hints of a desert in the far direction south. You guys have now been traveling for a couple hours this direction, and it is noticeably you are getting toward kind of the transitionary space between savanna and desert. So you are noticeably walking into drier lands. And as you crest a small hill in the grasslands and see further ahead, perhaps 2 or 3 miles ahead, a small civilized establishment. It seems small, like the size of Forest Hollow, but the structures and colors seem vibrant and more dense than what you experienced in Forest Hollow. Sora speaks up. That is our destination, where Korak will meet us. The kiss of the desert, Kirsan. I do not come here often, but it is a lively place, full of boisterous folk who do nothing but barter and trade. And if you're not particularly clever, swindle. Pickpockets do accost unsuspecting marks somewhat frequently in this place, so I suggest keeping your hands on your belongings, if at all possible.
Oh.
Although entertaining, Kirsan can be rather cutthroat when it comes to acquiring coin. But shouldn't be particularly dangerous if you're smart. Hopefully our feathered friend has already made it there, and we should not need to stay very long. And it takes a little less than another hour, maybe 30 to 40 minutes to approach that establishment. And as you near it, I wanted to change the music.
Oh my god, yes. We have to dress like women to get out.
Oh my god.
As you continue on the path, now perhaps 100 feet or so from the front entrance, you see 2 guards out front, each at a large mast that kind of mark the front entrance of this place. One of them seems to be a centaur, wielding a long pole arm that has an axe head at the head. The other seems to be a muscular snow leopard variety of tabaxi, wielding a spear and a bandana wrapped around his head that covers one of his eyes. They wear very different attire from each other, haphazardly, that don't indicate a clear ranking position or unifying garb specifically. But as you all approach, the centaur notices your approach and kind of straightens his posture and approaches you all. Kind of eyes you all suspiciously and addresses Sora first. Greetings, kin. What is your business in Kirsan? And what circumstance do you find yourself traveling with Udinil companions? Must be several years since they have found their way to our settlement. Greetings, kin. I am Sora, a scout of the Terra Corps, and have been tasked with meeting the Seneschal of Sky here in Kirsan. We mean to amuse ourselves for only as long as necessary, but will likely depart before nightfall. Very well. Go on in. But we will keep our eyes on your traveling companions. You lot do not cause trouble in our lands, and we will not find a reason to make trouble for you. Be wary, though. You may draw unwanted attention in this place. Keep your wits and do not stray far from your guide. And as you start kind of slowly moving forward, the white and gray furred snow leopard man moves in toward you all, and a spear is thrust in front of your path. Although, Mecca, the Orakaba's tax will still apply, even for Udinil under supervision of a scout, no? Yes, I imagine it would. Sorry, newcomers. Welcome to Kirsan. He nods back toward the snow leopard man, who you see is now grinning slyly and holding out a clawed paw in expectation. Sora kind of snarls in irritation, but reaches in her reaches in her pouch and drops lazily a couple of gold coins into the man's paw and moves forward past him.
Could we see how much she dropped?
You think you heard the clink of like 5 gold coins.
Okay. I'll approach and happily give 5 gold pieces with a smile. And a nod.
Falling in line quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, I ain't here to ruffle no feathers. And I walk through with Alfie.
He eyes the rolling sphere of metal with curiosity, but doesn't make it pay. Do the rest of you willingly pay 5 gold to enter?
Well, you see, I don't have any money on me. I think Jerry's money was in the tabby, so...
Bastard.
I reached in the tabby to see if there's money in it.
Is there Jerry?
Yeah, you'd find Jerry's...
Or Jax, who was Jerry?
Yeah, you would find a small coin purse.
I gave Jax 5 of the gold from the tabby.
Thanks, Jerry. And I drop it in, and I go inside.
Very well. How about the two of you?
I give him 5 gold.
Pleasure to welcome you into our city. Enjoy.
And which tax is
And as
this?
as you move forward, Sora, kind of hang on one second.
Fucking Mozzie.
I think he said newcomer's tax or something.
Yeah, but I think he said a name.
Sorry, Mozzie was being a fucker. Okay. What tax is this? As you kind of say that to Sora, moving into this space, she kind of says under her breath that, well, I know I have a little bit of flavor text here, but don't know where it is. She says, the Orakaba are a powerful guild of merchants who rule this city, allowed to do so by the 3 seneschals and our king, though I think they turn a blind eye sometimes towards what goes on here, but it is a thriving, busy cultural hub for this land, and they don't mean anyone ill will, and it makes the world go round, the commerce that is accumulated here. No one knows who the 3 heads of the Orakaba are, but...
Are those 3 heads different from the 3 seneschals?
They are, yes. The 3
Okay.
seneschals are chosen officers of the king that interact between he and the other various leaders of Chimeras. I'm not one for political status and organization, but our feathered friend, Korik, he is Seneschal of Sky.
Oh.
Which of the other? Land and Sea?
Land and sea, yes. Perhaps you will meet them someday. But as you all proceed inward, I'm going to move us to the marketplace map. You are all at the very bottom, and I have some various artwork things kind of just pasted in there for flavor. Very colorful atmosphere in this place. All various beast races. There's tabaxis, loxodon, elephantoid people. There are various Aarakocra winged people you see throughout. There is a Kenku manning a small stall over to the right, a brass dragonborn who is a very lithe fellow who is twirling, spinning sticks of flame and entertaining as a flame dancer. There's a small rabbit folk, Herongon, with tall ears, kind of at a small stand, shuffling cards as a small crowd gathers around him and are slapping down coins at his table. There's furbolgs, bugbears, lizard folk, a Yuanti, a serpentine type woman who's dancing with opulent threads of fabric that she is throwing into the air with her dance. Various races here in this thriving melting pot of unique cultural interest in this land.
I love this corporate fat cat, the picture down in the bottom
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Yes,
Oh,
for sure.
Yeah. I hold out a long sword and a short sword to Jax, and I say, I've never haggled for much in my life. But you look like you'd be good at it. Give me a fair price for these, and we'll start building this trust.
Jack says, unfortunately, I don't need one of your weapons. I happen to have brought my own. And he reaches down into his illusory shirt and pulls out a long kind of short sword, almost like a saber. It's curved. He says, "This is my blade. I call it 10,000 bites because it'll bite you 10,000 times."
You have not seen this sword before, though it is familiarly Vanta Black reflectionless.
Jiri's sword turned into that.
Oh, Jax, I'm asking you to sell these for me.
Oh, okay. I'll take both of them and go look for a armor / weapons dealer.
Sure. There's a Loxodon gentleman over to you guys' right, where this large 8-foot tall elephant humanoid, long trunk, billowing ears, seems to be peddling various weaponry and armor and rope, just kind of a general goods supply from this guy.
I'll head over.
Udinil in our lands, please come. What can I offer you?
I'm looking to do a little bit of bartering with you. See, I've got these 2 weapons here that are quite fine, but we don't really need them anymore. I was curious if you are willing to do a trade with me.
Of course, the trusty Trezzledor will gladly take a look at your items, and perhaps we can find a trade. Let me see them.
He will take them from you if you're offering them, inspect them for a moment.
These seem well enough made, though a bit worn down, would require some tempering and refinement.
They're pretty nice.
Need to pull up costs.
From what I've been told, they're made with some fine steel from Forest Hollow. You ever heard of the place? They've got some great craftsmen there.
Can't say I have.
I'm looking to trade. I'll give you these 2 weapons for some armor. You might not realize it, but I'm naked underneath these clothing here. I could use.
I think he will say that. Yeah, aren't we all, friend?
But he will take. It is a short sword and a long sword.
Yeah, not my alien longsword.
Okay. Go ahead and make. Jax, you can make your choice of persuasion because you're just trying to sell something, but there was a little deception in there, maybe amping up the caliber of craftsmen available at Forest Hollow. So you can choose if you're trying to deceive or persuade in this moment. But go ahead and give me one of those rolls.
Can I just sir, just to sweeten the deal a bit, I'm just a bit of a donation. I have some scrap stuff that I'm not looking to sell, just add it to the pile. I have just a broken light crossbow and a half-used explorer's pack that I want to get rid of.
Alrighty.
So just you said either deception
your
or
choice
persuasion?
of persuasion or deception. Yep. Is it a light crossbow, Steve?
A broken light crossbow, yeah.
Holy mother of God, how is this possible? Oh, it's 23. My brain saw the 3 piercing and then the 3 in deception, and dyslexia took me over. I'm like, 33, what? But yeah, 23 is really good. So that's that. Sorry, Steve, what did you say about the crossbow?
It's literally a broken light crossbow and a half-used explorer's pack, yeah.
Okay.
Forest Hollow, you say? I'll have to look into that. Might have to pursue some trade with them if they're such refined craftsmen. Gotta find some scouts to get through the Emerald, though. That might be difficult. I could do 30 gold for the short sword and the long sword. This crossbow and explorer's pack have seen better days. I could do an additional 15 gold for those.
How about this? I'm I'm looking for some nice armor here. Why don't you give me that scale mail suit you got back there, and maybe throw over 10 gold my way, and we'll call it even.
Let me pull this up.
Wasn't Jiri wearing heavy armor?
We don't know what Jerry was wearing. Jerry's wearing clothes. We don't know. Plus, it smells like Jerry, so Jax wouldn't wear it.
Okay. With a good persuasion check, he valued those pretty high at 30 total when they shouldn't have been that high.
Yeah.
Then an additional 15 gets you to 45 you've just offered, essentially for scale mail, which is 50. So he'll kind of enforce some of that information of, the scale mail might be worth a little more than what you've put on the plate. Can you sweeten it at all?
All right, how about we'll just do a straight up trade? My stuff for that armor then.
Without the light crossbow in the explorer's pack, that's hurting you a little bit.
Those are included. Those are included. That's part of it. Yeah.
For Udinil and our lands, curiosity indeed. Okay, give me those 4 items, and you can take this set of scale mail.
Thank you very much. And Jax will put on the scale mail right there in front of everybody. Yeah.
Perfect. So you do so. He will gladly welcome you back if you are interested in bartering any further. Otherwise, after that transaction, after Sora sees that transaction, she'll just kind of come up to you guys. Now, comrades, I do not know in which way Korik will meet us or make himself known, but I would be surprised if he did not beat us here. You may as well poke around for a while and entertain yourselves for a bit while we walk about and look for our feathered friend.
Sora, quickie, just keep an eye out for this guy. He'll be above us. And I will toss Moby 3 in the air. Keep an eye on us in case anyone tries to steal stuff. And I'll just passively have Moby 3 hover 30 feet above us.
Sure.
So
you will do so. Is he being given any commands? Are you intending to look through his vision at any point, or is just
only
periodically hovering?
Follow us and keep an eye out in case anyone is approaching us untowardly.
Understood. Telperion, what were you asking?
I said Jax was the gold.
What gold?
Gold I asked you to get me when you traded those weapons.
Yeah, you told me to go barter, and I did. I got a good deal. I traded that stuff and the stuff that Roulette gave me, and I got some nice armor, so I don't die.
So you
trying to keep Jiri safe, right?
Did you hear what you wanted to hear, or are you just lying?
I was thinking, I know we have, I don't really want to sell these coats at the moment because it feels weird to be selling animal pelts in the land of chimeras, so I'm going to hold on to them.
Make a perception check as you say that, surveying your surroundings. 15's good enough to know that just as you're kind of you're saying this, and then as you look around, there are various leather pelts and coats made from clearly identifiable beasts. So perhaps it's not, you're getting a sense that perhaps this nation isn't necessarily intent on to the death preserving all forms of natural life. It's just a little more wild, live by the land, survival of the fittest environment. So you don't necessarily think you will offend someone by selling animalistic cloaks, even if you are still hesitant.
Oh yeah, I have the jewelry box. I haven't I haven't actually gotten this thing open just yet. No, it was just a lock I couldn't get open.
Roulette was just trying to be delicate in opening a very old wooden box that looked beautiful. She didn't want to damage it.
Yeah.
I'll just turn to lock. Or I was just gonna ask Loxodon what else he's got, since we're standing right in front of him.
Yeah, anything you see, friend. We got armors, we got weapons. Some call it trash. I call it treasure. Various armors and ropes and general goods of various kinds.
Okay.
I literally only did that not just because of Bellathor, because Matt just did it in an episode of Critical Role because of Bellathor. So.
Oh my God.
Toby, while you got my mind on the jewelry box, would you mind giving me a hand with this? I did, and it wasn't. No, at least from when I first inspected it, wasn't trapped. Wasn't magically locked either. Oh, sure, of course. And I'll hand the jewelry box to Toby. Of course. Go into other pockets and bring those out.
Ooh.
Yes, Strixhaven!
Sure. Yep. Yeah, so you know this to be even though you're not typically proficient in using lockpicks tools, or thieves tools rather, you know this will require sleight of hand to delicately open the lock without that. So go ahead and roll sleight of hand plus proficiency. What does it look like when Toby's casting this spell and borrowing knowledge from? As you do that, your passive perception is so high that when you're casting a spell, muttering this incantation, as you open your eyes back up, you see the faint drift of a tiny bit of silver mist that has gathered on your hand from a distinct page in the book. Okay. +3. Well, oh, gotcha. Sleight of hand. Yeah, got it.
What are you talking about?
18 is plenty to do it. You fiddle the latch, and for a moment you're like, these feel clumsy, and then you just like focus, and almost innately, automatically, your hands are guided by some other memory from the past, borrowing knowledge from some entity, not yourself, and your hands just mechanically, muscle memory, fidget the right way, unlocked.
What's in there?
All right. I'm not going to make you wait for the values of the gems. I'm just going to dump it all right here. The jewelry box, which is itself worth 40 gold, 542 gold, 1,280 silver, 28 platinum, 3 diamonds worth 100 each, 1 opal necklace, and a polished ruby. Both of those are worth 300, and a golden green sapphire ring worth 500.
Jesus Christ! I'm the first.
All right, hang on. Shut the box.
Close. Back in the thing.
In the satchel.
Back in the satchel.
We've got gold.
Everyone that just said that, like, close it. Everyone give me a perception check that said that.
Oh, nat 20. 23, now that my proficiency is +3.
Roulette and Telperion, you both noticeably clock, as I scroll back to the thing I just
rolled a
scrolled away
9.
from. Okay, sure, perfect. You notice a leather individual, like a human-looking individual, kind of leaning up against the wall, flipping a coin in his hand. He seems to have strange tattoo-like stripes on his neck that kind of proceed up into his face a little bit, and his hair is kind of shaggy and mangy. You would think at a glance he has kind of lupine features, but he's in leather armor, just kind of sitting against the wall off to the side. And as you guys are looking around, he definitely caught an eye that you guys had an ornate box. He didn't see what was in it from your angle, but he clocked that you guys have this very opulent looking jewelry box. And he saw your reactions going like, oh.
And that's an essential.
Yes.
Oh, cut someone's hand off if they try and touch us.
Moby 3's got an eye on us, don't worry.
Okay. Opal necklace and a pulse ruby, both 300.
Literally.
The opal necklace is worth 300. The polished ruby is worth 300.
That's what I thought. Okay.
The golden band with the green sapphire set in it is worth 500. And then a shit ton of gold and platinum and stuff. But
I guess because I actually didn't do this last time, I will just quickly cast detect magic. Period.
Sure. Using an action ritualistically.
Action, just an action, just to do it real fast.
Sure. Other than what you guys have on you that's magical and Moby flying in the sky above you, nothing in the immediate vicinity catches your eye that's magical. Not in the jewelry box, not any of the contents there within, or not any of the various stalls and stands of people peddling wares in spaces.
Is that, well, I haven't clocked him, so I don't know. But is he within 30 feet? I'm just wondering.
Yes, he's within 30 feet and therefore was able to see. You don't get any pings from his person.
I will keep that just concentrating for the next like 10 minutes or so.
Sure.
I saw him look at us, and did he see me look at him?
With your high perception, you were able to catch it subtly enough that he did not notice you see him.
Okay. Everyone keep close to roulette. I do want to ask this Loxodon. Is there any vendor here with like curious wares more than general?
There are several you could get some valuables for, though they're a bit more expensive than what I offer. Go see the Arcanian. It's further south in the city.
It's such a good name.
All right, wonderful. And I have one question. Is there
He's
someone
a strange fellow.
What kind of fellow?
You'll know when you see him.
Is there somewhere we could exchange currency if we just want to do some direct trading of value?
Certainly, I've made off well enough over the past week or so. What do you need? What kind of exchange you looking for?
Should I give him a peek of the?
No, just give him the platinum bar.
This was.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you'd be able to exchange this. And I slowly pull out the platinum bar, but like I am very much like leaning in and slowly hiding it.
Sure. As soon as he sees it, he says, "This is going to sound strangely familiar to you, Roulette." He goes, "Damn, Red, that's something you got there. Let me see that here. I got a scale out back. You guys can keep eyes on me, hands above board. But I'll need to weigh it to see how much I think that's worth."
I'm not doing this, but I absolutely just imagine Topirian pushing it down a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, like telekinetically shoving into Roulette's satchel, are you saying?
No, telekinetically
Oh,
shoving
I
the
see
scale
what you're
down.
saying. In the scale, I see what you're saying. Also, when he's in hands above board, his trunk kind of raised up with it.
I don't want to take advantage of this nice dude.
I'm gonna walk with him wherever he's going, and I'll
Sure. He's just kind of going back behind his little stall to a different area, and you guys can keep eyes on him. He will set it and then weigh out. He's got some platinum, and so he will weigh out what he thinks to be roughly. Yeah, what's up?
He's doing this all with his trunk.
He's holding the scale with his trunk and using his other two hands to weigh it. But he lays out 10, 20, 30, 40. He's up to like 80 platinum coins on this thing. He's like, damn. And slowly the thing starts to weigh out. He's like, I think this is about 1,000 coins worth of platinum. Or 100 coins worth of platinum. So I can give you this weight of platinum if you want these 100 coins.
What are we looking for?
Mostly, yeah. We're looking to shop.
And I'm keeping Jax back.
We're looking to do some more shopping. Maybe here, maybe somewhere else.
Got my Anna Jax's forehead.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys be careful. Keep your wits about you. This type of thing won't go unnoticed in this place, but.
In the back in the satchel.
I'm gonna shove it all back in the bag. Just like.
Okay. Perfect. So he will hang on to your ingot of platinum, and you are 100 platinum richer.
Split that up 4 ways, right, guys?
Jerry will get his quarter.
Jax is like stunned for a moment. He's like, "Oh, what do I do with that?"
Well, as we walk towards the Arcanium, I could just say we did the platinum, which is excellent. We have 9 statues in the book, which maybe I'm not sure if this is the place, maybe. And then we've got the coats.
And all of Jiri's items, we can sell those too.
We're gonna hold on to those.
Why?
Period. End of story.
I mean, do you plan on being here forever?
Well, hold on. Let me ask the Loxodon. Mr. Elephant, where can we find like a fence to sell like potentially items that, belong to other people?
A curious eye and a smirk. He's like, "Are you suggesting out loud within earshot of the Orakaba's guards that you have illicit materials you wish to unload?"
No, he means like a fence that we could set up at night as a perimeter around us, like when we're out in the wilds and we need to keep out animals.
Never heard this word before.
That's not what I mean.
Well, you can ask around. There's seedy folks all over the place in these parts. They might be able to direct you to someone willing to take something hot off your hands, but you didn't hear it from me.
Okay. Any like seedy bars anywhere nearby?
Yeah, check out Frailsbane Tavern. It's run by one of those fish folk, a grung. He goes by Biggie. I don't think that's his actual name, but go to Frailsbane. It's just south of here. It's right past that table with that Harangon dealing cards.
All right, guys. I figured out where we should go. We gotta go find Biggie.
We're not selling Jerry's items. Are you after gold right now? What do you need?
I mean, you said we wanted to sell our stuff, so
we have things to sell. You just joined us. You've just been gifted armor that wasn't yours, so should you be satisfied?
I mean, if you guys don't want my help, okay.
Let's keep moving.
That's what I'm asking. You have a sword, you have an armor. What else did you need?
I don't know. Sometimes it's fun just selling stuff.
Well, you can help us sell some of these coats. Would you like to go sell these coats right now?
Sure.
Okay, but you get a cut, but you don't get all of it at all.
How about I get all of the extra gold that I sell it for?
That's actually a good deal. We think it's 7 coats for 50 goldish. What's 7 times 5?
You estimate what your current crew's best understanding of these coats worth to be roughly.
We're guessing that this is worth around 300 to 400.
All right, I'll see if I can beat that.
How about this? Over 325. 325 goes to us 3, and you get to keep over 325.
You 3, but I thought you guys were given share.
Yeah, Jerry's pocket too. Damn it.
Oh no.
Oh no, Tim froze. But I also am now obsessed with the fact that like Jax is gonna get now you're all gonna get fifths of cuts, and you're just like building a college fund for Jiri that he can get when he comes back.
While Tim is frozen, like looking around or asking the Loxodon, are there any like art dealership things with like larger scale art?
Various things are peddling like different vendors are peddling necklaces or feathered garb or various adornments and artistic paintings and stuff, but nothing particularly large scale like you're looking for. You may have to ask around a bit, but
okay. If I don't see them, I'll hold on to them for now. It'll be a bigger transaction anyway. I don't know if there's anything. Oh, Mr. Loxodon,
Hey, trusty Trezeldor, I gotta build a brand.
Trezeldor. Oh, I like the name. I like it. Wait, sorry. Is your first
Thanks,
name
Red. What's your name?
Roulette Tinkerton. We got the T's going.
So it's a Udinil name for sure.
There is. Do you happen to have a grappling hook of sorts? I just need the hook part, the metal hook part.
I can't say I've got like an affixed welded series of hooks. I got various large fishing folk hooks that you could weld together.
I'll take 3 of those.
Okay. With that and that, give me 5 gold for that, and we'll call it good.
Easy. I will hand over the 5 gold.
He's back.
perfect.
Hello.
There he is. I think all you missed is Roulette was just asking about anyone that sells like large scale art, and not that you see yet, but you may have to ask around. And she also just bought hooks for a potential grappling hook.
Oh, and yeah. I'll do deconstructed for that. Jax, did you say you wanted to go and try to sell these coats?
Yep, I'll take them.
I will, I'll help you on this one because these pretty unwieldy and there's 7 of them.
They are rather heavy for coats.
Yeah.
They would do well in cold environments.
I'll take out one of them. Trusty, where would would you be in the market for purchasing some of these jackets? Or is there somewhere else?
Oh,
That's not really my thing. People don't really come to a general goods stall for things as opulent as what you got there. Head over to that Silver Dragonborn over there. They're more into the fancy shit.
Sounds good. Jax, here you go. Lead the way.
Are we gonna sell these to middlemen? Let's go peddle them on the streets. See if we can sell them ourselves.
In a town that has a strong merchant guild, we got taxed for walking into this city. I'm assuming, and Trusty, correct me if I'm wrong, you're paying a tax for working this store?
I do. Outweigh it every day if I do say so myself, but indeed, it is a price to pay.
We'll just pretend like we're merchants. We'll just pretend like we got our own stall and we'll sell them and then we'll get out of there.
Let's put a pin in that one. I like the thought of starting my own store, but not on the streets of Chimeras at this impromptu time selling coats. We're going to the Dragonborn for now. Good idea, though.
All right, Roulette. Taking all the fun out of this. All right, let's go talk to the Dragonborn.
All right. Yeah, you guys all walk up to this Dragonborn that's kind of off to the side. Silver female, very regal looking, has her kind of small frills out of her horns. She has clearly very kind of carefully groomed backward, is dressed in a very elegant dress. Telpian, was there something you were hoping to do?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of be not helping with the social interaction here, but I do want to I specifically want to watch the dude who I saw see us, and I want to see if he's communicating to anyone else as we go along.
With using your existing perception check for that fellow, he's no longer there. Slipped into an alley.
I'm just super on guard, especially watching Roulette, like keeping an eye on Roulette right now and making sure no one's getting near us.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. As you guys come up to the Silver Dragonborn, she's engaged with another customer, a hobgoblin gentleman. And as he kind of leaves her, she looks around.
Udinil in our lands. What can I do for you all?
We got some fantastic fur coats that we were told you might be interested in.
Fabulous. Perhaps you would like to barter them for some of my fine silks.
Nah, we're looking for cash right now. Unfortunately, we don't got time to go off selling silks. You know what I mean? We're new here. Apparently, we're not allowed to sell stuff on the street. That's what we've been told. So might as well hand it over to you.
I am more than happy to buy these from you and sell them myself. It, of course, will be quite an ordeal to find the right buyer. You're making the right call here. Do you mind if I take a look for a moment?
Yeah, feel free to take a look. They're pretty fine. We got them
Wood elf made.
From some wood elves, yeah. Haven't been owned. Brand new. Unused.
The
Fine
plumage
craftsmanship.
is nice. The leather seems well stretched. In fine condition indeed. I could do for that there. These are worth quite a heavy penny. I'd be willing to do $250 for the lot.
No chance. Otherwise, we'll sell them ourselves. Not enough at all. We know you can get at least 75 per one of these coats. So
No, I think you're mistaken. This one here is worth, even in a drunken state, no one would pay 50 gold for this one. Plus, as you stated, the Orakawa wouldn't take kindly to Udinil peddling wares in the middle of our streets. I will try and up my offer slightly, but you will find more success with me than selling them yourselves.
Yeah, but we can just sell them else, to another person that's gonna sell them. Not necessarily ourselves, but come on. You can't think we're gonna.
You may think that to be true. No one has quite the eye for these things as Crash, but I will up my offer a bit.
Would it sweeten the deal at all if sorry, Crash. These silks you have, do you have any in this color? And I'll hold up like my yellow kerchief. And I'm looking for something bright and sunshiny.
Interesting. Let me leaf through what we have. She kind of goes to like a couple racks that she has like cloths draped over, but like purposefully the cloths don't drape over the whole length of the dress garb to kind of emphasize their color while still kind of retaining some version of privacy. She leafs through a couple and she pulls out two dresses. One of them is like a bright orange and one is like a little more gold than what you're going for, but very beautiful goldenrod gold.
Sorry. Crash, apologies. I'm just looking for like a replacement handkerchief around my neck. I don't need a full dress.
Something smaller. I have accessories, of course. One moment. She'll open a drawer of a wardrobe that's like really old looking, but you just in a glance as she opens it up, there's just beautiful colors in there. She looks through them a bit, whips out what you think is like just a large handkerchief, and as she kind of billows it, you see that it's golden, yellowish amber on one side and silver on the interior. Would this be something you are looking for? Would this do you well?
That is a beautiful, beautiful handkerchief. How much would something like this go for?
For my new Udinil friends, who I'm sure we will make continued business together, I could do, for this fine quality of silk, I could do 5 gold.
I would love to take. You know what? I'll take. If you have a blue one in there as well, I'll take 2 of them.
Very well. She kind of looks through and royal or more aquamarine?
The royal blue, please.
Very well. 2. And because you're a wonderful patron, I'll knock a gold off. 9 for the set.
You know what? I'll pay you the even 10, and I'm with the business we're doing here and the recommendations I'm going to be shouting out in the street. I'm sure you could give us a bit of a better price on these wonderfully crafted fur coats that my friend here is holding on to.
Go ahead and now with Jax and you kind of contributing to that, go ahead and Jax, you can make a persuasion check with advantage.
I'm going to get rid of my 10 gold and take the 2 kerchiefs.
Perfect. Is that a 27? Wow. Why is it? Very well. I don't want to upset my new customers. These are rather fine, quite durable. Maybe not put to good use here in the desert at the Kiss's edge, but 400. Final offer for the lot.
All right, we'll take it.
Very well. Thank you kindly, my new friends. And you can add 400 more gold as you have sold.
I look at Jax and I say 325 in the bag, 75 for you.
Thank you very much.
I love the antagonistic edge.
I had to text Tim to make sure this was okay.
That's good. Always check in. I love it so much.
Okay. I'll add 325 and we'll split that up later.
45. Without paying them?
10. Yeah, I guess we have other jewels and stuff. Nope, I'm not going to say that out loud. Roulette did not say that out loud. I think we're good for now. Why don't we head over to that Arcanian further south? Chris, the Arcanian, is that a store you...
Oh, you're looking for that one, are you? He always draws the largest crowds. His wares are expensive, so may not be for you, but with our new deal here we've just struck, perhaps you can afford something at least. Yes, he's right past those stone archways, 200 feet that way or so.
Perfect. Crash, thank you very much. Have a great day.
You as well. Come back. and as you guys proceed further south, you pass by the Herringon table that the Trezeldor had mentioned, approaching near Frailsbane Tavern. And as you are just walking past, the Herringon stops what he's doing. He says, "Everyone stop! Look at them! They're beautiful!
I got it.
Please, friends, come this way. You must participate in the game. How could you pass the chance to win your hand at a Herringon's game of chance?"
Quite easily, actually.
No. I will sweeten the pot. I will let you do your first one for free.
First one what?
Your first game. Oh, this one knows. Thank you, friend. So this is the game we are all playing. And you see there are 5 or so other patrons surrounding this little, for lack of a better card table that is kind of just propped up in front of it, small, and he's up on a stump, or a box rather, this Herringon. There are 3 cards laid out in front of him that are all creased in the middle. And so he says, now here's the trick with this one. It is called the three dragon ante. Kobolds are nothing. You are looking for Sardior, the Ruby Queen. Now, and then he starts shuffling them very quickly. What you want to do is keep an eye on the queen. Kobolds don't pay, and if you find the queen, you'll make a great killing off this game. Usually, whatever you are willing to spend on the game, you will double in return. Although you have to minimum of 10 gold buy-in, as I stand to lose with a trained eye, so I need to take care of the house a little bit. With a 10 gold buy-in, for free on this encounter, the prize will be 10, unless you wish to up the ante. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but
I knew I was right to call you all over.
guidance yourself.
All right. So, Kobold, our Ruby Queen. Now, and then she starts folding them and rapidly doing this. And as she is doing that, just almost muscle memory is just firing. She is also stating that, so with the 10 I offered, you stood to win 20. With the 3 additional platinum, you stand to win back 60. For a total of 80 gold, you could stand to win here. And then as she completes it, She steps back. So, where is our ruby queen? Please make a perception check. 18 is very good. Oh, that's very good. 22 is very good. Lost in just a split second, you very quickly lock onto the card that she found, or that she described was the Ruby Queen. And as she steps back, you have identified what you believe to be the queen. Please point only to your choice.
Love it.
So the right is your choice? Yeah, sure. She will flip over the one that you identified, and it is a kobold. And she swipes up the other two cards. She said, I am so sorry, my Udinil friend. I am so glad you came to me this day. Unfortunately, I will be keeping your 3 platinum this day. You're welcome to play again. Of course, I do need to charge you the standard entry fee. You have piqued my curiosity. I do not receive that request almost ever. Play me in one more game and I will accommodate your request.
Toby, you mind if I take this second game real quick? Or do you want to do it? You can do it.
Okay. So you set that on the table as your ante? Okay. With your ante, she happily displays the 3 cards again, the kobold and the ruby dragon, Sardior, an ancient figure of myth and legend. And she will once again, all right, keep a close eye. Please make another perception check.
Bitch is cheating.
Christopher?
Yes, roulette.
When the herring gun put down the card, can I make an investigation check staring at the card to see if there's any difference in the bend of that card or
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make an investigation check. 22 is really good. You notice that card is clearly from the same set as the rest of this deck. Kobolds are the jokers, if you will, and the Ruby Sardior is one of several aces from this deck. So you are able, from the backs of the cards, you are able to identify that they're clearly from the same deck, same color pattern, coloration, that kind of thing. You are able to see that there is a small curl to one of the edges of the card that you're just that's probably from wear and tear. So you're able to decide, just clock that.
Cool.
As Toby Rama is staring at the cards intently, her speed increases, and then she steps back and once again holds out her hands and says, please make your choice. Oh, of course.
Do I see the card that I marked visually?
You do. You see what you have marked. We're not paying attention to trying to keep track of the card, but looking for that identifier. Yes, you're able to see where that card is. Okay. Toby Rama, are you making your selection known to her? Oh, what is this? What is this crosstalk nonsense? She has not paid. Would you like to pay?
I have no idea which one it is.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and make a deception check because she is on edge at this exchange. No, you are too new in our lands. I'm not comfortable with this outside knowledge you bring forth. You have paid, this is your choice. All right, as you identify that one and point to it, Roulette, you unfortunately do wince as Toby Rama has picked one that is not the curled card. So he has clearly picked a kobold. So as she, as requested by you, turns it over, shows you that it is kobold, and out of goodwill, of course, turns over the other two to show the other kobold and Sardior, not chosen by you. This is fun. Thank you for the platinum. Thank you. This one appreciates it. I don't think I will, I have to make a living after all, and I have practiced this for years and years. I don't think I will grant you the entry fee. I'm not going to pay to allow you to do this, but I will if you wish to entertain me. Please note, I do not have that pulled up. Okay. For sure, that's totally fair game. The Tower, classic. So what do I do here? This is exciting. This is no game I've played. This town, the Kiss of the Desert, would beg to differ, but I see your point. Of course, of course. Select the moon. Very well. Oh, a fascinating game, but no, this one has made a killing off of our new patrons, and I am so appreciative, of course. I'm not going to, without any chance for a reward, offer up back to you the gold you have lost. I am so sorry. Make a persuasion check with the flattery.
Wait, I was hoping Jax could start like some murmurs in the crowd being like, oh, why won't she take him up on that bet? Maybe she's cheating, you know?
Jax also make a persuasion check with disadvantage for reasons.
More like a scaring on. That's a bad one. I didn't say that.
Beautiful. So this is what happens. Jax, as you like nudge someone next to you, is like, why won't she do this? You see another dragonborn next to you, this one green dragonborn, just like burly and kind of squat and short. He's like, don't talk to me. That's all you get. And Toby Rama, as you're convincing her or trying to flatter her, she'll say, out of an abundance of generosity for the flattering words, I will offer in exchange this one gold coin. Yeah, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check, but actually it's just a dexterity check. You are not proficient in this.
How long does borrowed knowledge last?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that absolutely applies. So that's totally fine. Yeah, it literally happens to be what you borrowed knowledge for. So yeah, 100%. Sleight of hand check with proficiency. Nimble fingers that you didn't realize you had are very quick on the draw. I'm going to give her a actual perception check.
One gold for Toby.
She stares for a while. Most intriguing. You have a knack for this. That one. And she picks not the moon card. No confidence in your ability. You have to work on that to be a showman. But so I believe, as you stated, the tower has secrets locked away, yes, but still yet to be found. Good to know. Thank you.
Yes.
Very well. Thank you, travelers.
Might I just what?
Love it.
I'll take out 2 platinum. Just a quick game for myself. I've seen traveling games like this in the past, and I'd like to try my hand.
She pays, so now she plays.
Yes.
And she will start shuffling the cards again, as long as she will show you the ruby sardior and then the 2 kobolds, and starts shuffling them rapidly. And when she is done, you can choose to make a perception check or do what I think you're gonna do.
Do I see the card that
you see the curled edge, the slight hint of worn that you identified previously.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's probably that one on the left over there, I think.
Let us see. She reveals it to be a kobold. Thank you so much. Swipes all in one motion, swipes your 2 platinum and all 3 cards. She kind of shuffles them a little bit in her hand into the deck. You have all been more than generous this day. Thank you for participating. Please check out the other tents and get a drink at some point. Maybe we'll see you back here.
Baron, it's your turn to lose some gold.
Thief! Oh, that was strange.
No, let's Telpier, did you want to play?
For the love of the moon, no. Let's go to the Arcanium. Did you win anything? I wasn't watching.
Donations.
Donations. Oh, good. Right.
Let's get over these arches.
All right, as you pass by there, passing Frailsbane Tavern that had been pointed out to you, you guys journey further north on the map. I'm going to go ahead and Sora's kind of like tolerating is too strong of a word because it has a negative connotation, but she's just kind of letting you guys peruse what you want to peruse, and she's kind of always got her head on a swivel, just looking for Korik or whoever. Oh, this is kind of cool when I do several people at once. As you guys move up and around some of the tents and make your way toward this kind of stone archway, toward this magnificent multicolored tent in the background. A small, you hear a difference in the music, that there have been bands and various musical artists performing in different capacities throughout this space, has kind of given a unique atmospheric vibe to this place. And suddenly the vibe shifts. There's kind of a raggedy dressed man kind of slumped over on the side under one of these stone archways. He's just plucking at like a small fiddle, sadly. And he's got a monkey that's kind of climbing up on his shoulder. And he's like, don't worry, someone will pay us eventually. And just continues to pluck. And as he slowly plucks, and you kind of clock this out to your peripherals, 2 flutes hover past you guys and kind of join over toward him. And they start to play along his plucking. And he kind of is curious and confused and continues to pluck, bewildered at this phenomenon. And over the course of the next couple seconds, people in tents and stalls and other people in the area are slowly, gradually forming more around this situation. A fiddleist that was kind of off to the side kind of jumps into the fray, and they're all very kind of enlivened by this appearance of these floating flutes that are playing melodies in the air. And the whole crowd just starts to like chant and stomp their feet along to the music. Telperion specifically, give me a perception check.
I'm sitting here wondering if we were gonna fucking 2. 5 total.
You don't notice anything, but what is something you carry on your waist other than your weapon or coin purse?
Me?
Yeah.
A dagger?
A dagger? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But otherwise, you guys are fascinated by the music, the lively entertainers all around you. More and more musicians are starting to kind of come up and play along, and the original fiddleist kind of stands, his monkey now like bobbing to the music a little bit on his shoulder, and he's plucking along, and all these the crowd's just like really loving this phenomenon, whatever's happening. Sure, make a perception check. So you're looking around, and it's a dense crowd at this point, and you're not noticing any swindlers, or like you're not seeing anyone like skulking or crouching, trying to grab stuff from people. But what you do notice off to the side, just under the face of this tent cover, you see a single clawed hand waving a flute in the air, and the flutes that were floating stop their melody, and everyone applauds and stuff, and they float back toward the canopy of the tent where you had just seen that individual above the rest of the people holding a wand, like a flute like a wand, possibly enchanting those flutes to do as they did.
I toss 2 coppers to the guy on the ground.
He bows and just like looks in wonderment at the flutes that kind of float over back toward this large tent back here, and he puts his hands together and does a mini bow toward you when you offer the coppers, appreciative.
Wonderful show.
Yes, that was unexpected. I have never seen that happen before. That was strange. Thank you. I appreciate that.
A silver from me. And I'm still keeping my eyes.
Thank you, kind. Okay. Very kind. You are getting, you get a beep of a signal roulette from Moby 3, not indicating valuable information, but a moment of stress that he was not able to perceive very much useful when the crowd was so dense in that moment. He's just like, I don't know. Basically, it's like a warning beep, if you will. Not like, I saw someone that's bad. More like, can't tell. But yes, as you, the guy bows and thanks people for the coin offerings, and otherwise sits back down and kind of gathers the coin into a small container, and is like, just starts talking with his monkey friend excitedly.
Let's head to the tent. I'm assuming that's where this fella is. Start moving through the arches and towards, I guess, that flap in the tent.
Sure. Yeah, as you guys approach this tent, it is beautiful and enormous. It dwarfs all the other tents in the surrounding spaces, and is just like finely made from gold and orange silks. Is just massive and is held up by various thin wooden posts periodically. So there's no true like walls to this tent like a circus tent would have. It's just an elevated canopy cover. As you head that direction, there's a large crowd in this place. Everyone's walking and kind of taking view on various like shiny things throughout this space, and you notice there are magical items here. There's spell scrolls now. Roulette, it may be past your detect magic's time limit at this point, but even without it, you know, oh, that's a wand, that's an arcane focus. Oh, there's a staff. Whoa, there's a little container of spell scrolls and such. Definitely an arcane presentation to this place. And as you kind of wander in further, you see taller than most of the rest of the people, 6'5" or so, just taller than your Jiri/Jack's companion. You see a warm tanned, golden furred tabaxi man standing behind a stall, interacting with many patrons in the space. Uniquely and much different from Sora or that snow leopard tabaxi you saw, this tabaxi has a lustrous coif of a bright auburn mane sweeping back behind his head and around his ears. He doesn't seem to be Leonin, but is clearly tabaxi, though he just has a purposely wilder mane, though it is groomed and pinnacled into like bands of gold rings and such that are very well kept. And his mane's carefully trimmed around the ornate lapels and collar of his deep maroon long coat. This individual, even at a glance, clearly takes great care in his appearance, and his prim apparel and numerous rings on his fingers and ears suggest very apparent wealth to this man.
Hello. Will, do you run this pavilion?
Yes, this one will be with you in one moment. Give me a second. So you brandish it like that, and you will see it works just like my flute. That is how I was able to help that poor man with his musical venture. I was commanding those flutes. Udenil, in this place? Oh, hello there, Udenil travelers. I do not see those of your persuasion frequently. Please, allow me to appeal to you with only the finest of my deals. You are more than welcome to take a look at my offerings. Do not hesitate to let this one know if you see something you like. You may find yourself walking away this very day with some of my wares, as long as you have the coin. But that can be negotiated for sure. Yes, I am in charge of this temporary establishment of the Arcanium.
What's the name?
As I make his token available.
I think I was right. You were right. It's Arcanium.
Oh, well, this one has been given many names over the years. The Tabaxi Troubadour, Teller of Tales, the Song-Slinging Sword Dancer, the Aristocratic Arcanian. But for you this day, you may refer to this one by his truest of monikers, Mirage. Humbled to make your acquaintance. And I had to build him in Hero Forge because I didn't have a drawing of him, but very opulent, lion-like tabaxi with auburn mane and puffed tail, dressed in very ornate robes, maroon cloak, etc.
Under the breath moment over here, Mike's like, I think that's Crater's character from his other campaign. And I was like, it's Furry Gilmore.
He is Furry Gilmore.
Mirage, it's a pleasure to meet you.
He takes a deep bow and with a dexterous flourish, brandishes and draws a crescent-shaped rock blade from his side, sweeping it to the side in a grandiose presentation that immediately indicates his, one, penchant for the dramatic, but also a delicate care with the weapon that notes a clear competence to swordmanship as well. Please, it is my pleasure to welcome you here. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. I will do my best not to accost you with my curiosity, but no promises. What might I ask brings you all to the Kiss of the Desert this day? Of course, my friend. I do not mean to pry. Udenilgis do not often stray into our Villian lands, but do not take that as a slight. I am more than happy to welcome you to our fine nation.
We're on.
Is there anything I can help you with?
We are adventurers in a fashion, often being crushed by monsters or trying to crush monsters in return. So anything that you have here that might be useful to a group like ours, we'd love to see it. But I'm also curious, why is this pavilion appeals only temporary?
Well, this one actually only stops by in Kirsan from time to time when he is, I have been traveling the nation, you see, to complete various tasks and acquire goods for resale, all standard barter and trade, of course. And I have recently been on a venture. I have just achieved or acquired something most unique that I am excited and beside myself in excitement to have at my person. Though that is not for sale, I'm afraid. But of course, there are various things here that may be of use to you in your travels. Where are you traveling to?
if I may ask, I mean no disrespect.
We're on our way to the capital, actually.
Very well, Corital, a fine place. The heart of the land, they call it.
Oh shit! I was just gonna ask something. Random question. I know you don't meet many you know at all, but do you ever meet one named Damien Hart?
I cannot say I've had the pleasure. Damien, I did not.
He's in the same line of work as you. I was just wondering if you ever crossed paths.
Interesting.
We're headed to Corital today, I think. But yeah, my friend here said anything that folks who find themselves in constant peril, anything that might be helpful.
Very well. Well, please take a walk with me. I will show you throughout the tent, and he will take you and lead you through various shelves and wardrobes and aisles where there are tables laid out. There are spell scrolls and foci here, and various alchemical or magical jewels of different powers and capabilities. Other various weapons that seem to be enchanted with arcane means, and a rather ornate chest that he says contains a rather unique set of armor. So he will just kind of very grandiosely in showmanship form just kind of guide you through the tent. Is there anything you guys are particularly looking for?
I'm curious about that armor.
Oh, the armor. This will fetch a pretty penny. I do not mean to assume at all, but just know that this may be out of most people's price range. It is finely enchanted, and it took me a while to complete it. I worked with a fellow at the capital, actually, in Corital for the make of it, though I enchanted it myself over the course of several months. He will open the container, and it is a bright red crimson plate armor that seems to be kind of like exaggerated but eloquent forms that kind of indicate like draconic make. This has been enchanted to imbue the wearer with resistance to fire, flame, and heat. Quite valuable indeed, though very pricey. I would not price this lower than 4,000.
Fortunately, we haven't faced too much fire yet. That is wonderfully wrought, though. Thank you for showing me.
And if it is not for you, that is okay. I'm sure I'll find a buyer at some point. It has only recently been completed. I just tout it with me everywhere I go because I'm proud of it, frankly. What else can I have? Can I interest you in? We have leather armors that shapeshift to accommodate the wearer. We have, this is an interesting one. He pulls from his breast pocket a black handkerchief, unfolds it, sets it down on the ground, and it forms like a 6-foot diameter black circle. And he steps forward and drops down 6 feet into it, looks up at you with like a grandiose presentation. A portable hole. This is enchanted to store your belongings in your pocket. How magical. That could be of use to you. There are similar enchantments I've done for things like to improve bags amount to hold items and such, but this holds dramatically more, you understand. So it could be valuable. That is a fun one. So he kind of climbs out of it and just from like with a finger and thumb just like grabs the middle of it and pulls the whole thing up and folds it back into a handkerchief at his pocket. He said there are various jewels like this one. This is the ruby of the war mage. If you can affix this to a weapon, you can channel arcane means through it, acting as a focus even on your weapon. If you're interested in that thing, he kind of like tosses it to the side and it just like magically levitates back onto the table it was on. He pulls out another one, a pearl of power. This is a beautiful pearl that can store arcane bursts of energy within it that you can restore back later in that day. This is all like assuming you are arcanely gifted, which not many are. And it tosses it back again and just kind of levitates back into its like little cozy velvet stand. Here's another interesting one. He pulls a very ornate like ebony wood box and opens it. And there are set into like a fine black velvet several figurines.
These are known as figurines of wondrous power. We have many, so feel free to take a look. You all notice immediately at his description that when used, these can be like tossed out and become animated, taking on the forms of various beasts to accomplish various tasks, very similar to the platinum chicken that you guys have at your disposal. That one seems to clearly be missing from this set. That's not, it's just a different one that was enchanted. This is certainly not a wildly unique version of enchantment, but still valuable whenever someone has it. But he has a gold lion, a black obsidian fly, an onyx dog, various of these things that are all available should you be interested in them.
This is so overwhelming and so awesome at the same time.
Wow.
Is anything piquing your interest? If you have specific interests, I can dig up in our inventory and see if there's anything unique. Yes, my half elven friend. What is your name?
Oh, I'm Jax. Nice to meet you, Mirage. And I'm gonna like pull him in close to like give him a handshake and whisper to him, "Do you have anything that would teleport me 1,000 miles north?"
Teleportation magic is as rare as it is volatile. This one himself has been studying to pull off that type of magic himself, though had not quite unlocked that ability within myself. It is right around the corner. I can feel it. I have not been able to enchant anywheres with that type of magic, as I cannot cast that kind of magic yet. Though there can be various things that can transport you perhaps smaller distances, like this. Let me find this. He goes into a wardrobe over to the side and pulls out like a deep black leather belt, and as he kind of waves it, it seems to like fleck into like black mist, and he says, "This one can imbue you with the ability to cast a minor teleportation spell. It only gets you at 30 feet away or so, but you can take a step as if you were mist with this belt. It is rather pricey. It's 2,000 golds, but could be useful to you." That is about the extent of my teleportation magic, but I may be able to accommodate other needs.
No, I'm good then. They'll catch me if I only can teleport 30 feet.
We can hear this, right?
No, I'm whispering it. But I mean, the Mirage is kind of saying it loud, so like...
Yeah. And he's like, he'll hunch over with you and whisper with you, like eager to like, he's just such a flair for the dramatics. He's like, "Oh yes, I understand." Like, he's just very extra. But yes, he is talking louder than you intended him to, but...
And at that point, Jax wouldn't like care if you guys heard.
Yeah, so. He's not, pushing. Yeah, got it.
Hello?
What,
anything else?
What other magic jewels do you have? Or did you show us
jewels?
Those
are the prime ones. Other ones can give you perhaps temporary boosts. I have these two stones, and he pulls out Telperion, familiar to you, 2 Ioun stones. Fortitude and protection.
That would be health and AC.
I believe so. Let me pull it up. Fortitude is Constitution, +2 to Constitution. Protection is, I believe, +1 to AC. A pink rhomboid and a dusty rose prism.
And you said you had enchanted weapons as well?
Oh, yes. I have... Actually, most of them have actually been bought in my travels over the course of the last 2 weeks. I do have one left if you're interested. He will go over to a fine glass case and pull out a long, beautiful, jewel encrusted rapier that has like a beautiful blade to it, and several like a sapphire, emerald, and ruby set into kind of the hilt of the kind of dome-like hilt of this rapier. This is just enchanted to simply be sharper, faster, hit harder, more often, and stronger. +1 weapon. But beautiful.
Very beautiful. And how much?
For this, I would say 800. It does not drain me of too much strength or time to enchant such as this. So 800 would be more than enough. Mostly the price has
perhaps I got away from myself a bit. The price did go up with the addition of the flare with the jewels encrusted on the hilt as well. Perhaps may not have been that expensive, but it is too late now. Perhaps some noble will want it someday.
Were you interested in the portable hull?
I was actually. I'm in the market for handkerchiefs today. Apparently, how much is that portable handkerchief thing?
This is rather rare. It is a tier above minor storage enchantments that you may come across in your travels. For this one specifically, I did put enough time into it where I apologize. This one does not mean to gouge your pockets, but it is 1,500 gold.
Understood. Thank you.
And again, if it is not for you this day, that is fine. Perhaps we will meet in the future someday. But please, I have other customers I do need to tend to. Please peruse the wares at your leisure and let me know if you see anything that strikes your fancy.
When he steps away, I ask the crew, did you all want to shop here for a bit? Is there anything that's catching your attention? Oh, he didn't get to that. Can we look at like a catalog of spell scrolls?
Yes. It's like one of those the big poster bins.
That's what I was picturing.
Yeah, you have to like move the entire thing and then just look at the next one.
Yeah. So I do have an inventory of his spell scrolls. So you can let me know what you're looking for. Out meta is fine. Like just let me know what you're looking for. Because I other than rattling to you off this list of like 20 different spell scrolls he has. Yeah. So let's go from highest to lowest then. There is a 5th level spell scroll available for animate objects. That is worth 2,500 gold. There are 2 4th level spell scrolls worth 1,000 gold each, polymorph and storm sphere. There are 4 3rd level spell scrolls, all for 500 gold. Dispel magic, hypnotic pattern, tongues, and water breathing. And then 2nd level spell scrolls, which are 100 gold. There is Agonizer's Scorcher, Blur, Earthbind, Knock, See Invisibility, and Zone of Truth. And then he's got a bunch of 1st level and cantrips. So let me know if you're also interested in those.
The 3rd levels were 500?
Correct. Dispel magic, hypnotic pattern, tongues, water breathing.
Well, the Iron Stone's 2K.
I think each of them are 2K.
That's what I was guessing.
Yes, his are actually priced at 1,800.
Okay.
Cheaper than Gene. Was Gene really on brand?
Gene was in a different nation, so.
Oh, Stannis prices are always higher.
Yeah, exactly. I poke around his like storage stuff. Do I see any quivers?
Interesting. There is a uniquely golden, inlaid with like, I say the word emerald because it's green, but it's not made from emerald. An emerald colored filigree that decorates the whole length of the quiver and comes to a point at kind of an awkward angle at the very top. Definitely is just an empty quiver.
I want to inspect it, maybe like hold it up to him, say, what's this about?
Let me pull it up because I want to price it appropriately. That is a fine storage object. Certainly less worth less gold than my portable hole, which can store an inordinate amount of objects. This can you may benefit from this. You have various spears and things sticking out of your form. This is I call it affectionately a quiver, although it is really more of a it's longer than what you would assume arrows to be put into. But it is enchanted with the blessing of Ilana. It has various compartments that have extra dimensional spaces that can allow to hold numerous items while never weighing more than 2 pounds. It is rather valuable to people such as yourself, actually. I could probably price this at 600 gold would be appropriate, I think. Unless there's anything you're interested in bartering. My friends, I have not even asked if you have things you're interested in selling. Of course, this one has wares, and perhaps you have coin, but you may have things of interest to this one as well.
We actually do have some statues that we're looking to sell. You might find them interesting. They were crafted by the most mysterious magical person.
This one does love a good story. What is the nature of this magical person? Could I see one of these statues? It doesn't seem you carry large statues with you.
I mean, on the topic of unique storage methods, I'll take out the Tome of the Dragon board, and I will flip to the first page with a statue on it. The statue is about 7 feet tall, weighs about 200 pounds.
A catalog artist, then, I see. This is quite fine sketchwork you have done here.
If this was manifested before you, would you be interested in it?
Is it arcane in any form?
It's not. No. Primed to be.
This one mostly dabbles in the arcane value. Certainly storing several statues in my portable hole is possible, although perhaps a waste of space. For this one's interest, I do not mean to insult. For things like that, things of art value that are not inherently arcane, you may check out, what is her name? I actually need to remind myself what her name is. What is her name?
Yeah.
I know I wrote it.
Hope shopping's not too boring for Jax.
No, Jax was gonna say maybe Mirage can turn them into magical statues, right?
That's what I was thinking.
Certainly possible. I mean, this one could animate them and have them perform dances, and perhaps he could attract some coin in that regard. But I have things for that already. I'm sorry to say. You can go track down Shanor. She owns a antiquities business, shall we say. It is one of the seldom buildings over there, past some of the tent and stalls that you see various peddlers selling wares. Hers is an actual shop front. Don't let the Minotaur guards intimidate you. They are merely her protection. She deals in some highly valuable things. She may be willing to buy those statues off your person.
Sounds good. I'll go take care of that, guys. You guys stay here and shop.
No, why don't you stay with us, Jax? We'll all go together. I want to do this out of voice. I'm interested in the quiver. You have 250 of my platinum in your pocket. Or 25 of my platinum.
Yes.
Yeah. So can I have 25 platinum? Okay. So now I have 25 platinum on my person. And then we just sold the coats, right? So
yes,
that was 325 divided by 4.
And then an extra 75 for Jax.
The 75 went straight to Jax. So then it was 325 divided by 4. So that's 80, I think. I looked that up. 81.
Yeah. You guys are in charge of keeping Jiri's inventory separate.
So that was 81. Well, it's 81.25. So Roulette, you get you get the bonus gold for keeping all of our shit.
Sure.
So you get 82 gold from that, and we all get 81. So that was like 250 gold, and then 81 gold. So that puts me at... So anyway, I think I want to barter for the quiver, but I just wanted to get my finances straight.
Yep.
Because I had 241 gold plus 250 plus 81. So I have 572. I want to show him. So you're interested in stories, correct?
Yes, this one is a teller of tales at his core, a singer of songs, and a slinger of swords as well, but that is less fun and more necessary sometimes. Yes, feel free to bless this one with the tales you have encountered on your adventures.
Well, from the concentrated venom of a scorpion, I crafted this vial of poison. If you were interested in adding this to your collection,
I would be interested in that.
I'd be interested in bartering for the quiver, and I could throw this into the gold I'd pay you.
Understood. That vial of poison, I'm sure it is well crafted. I could buy it from you. I just do not know that my patrons would be in the market for something like that. They do not come for this one for poisons. You could, I believe, our antiquities friend does have some seedy connections she pulls on every once in a while. She may be interested in buying that from you. I apologize. I just don't think that is something I would store in my wares.
Sure. Toby, I have one diamond I'm gonna probably use here. Is that okay? Well, it's a 50 gold diamond, so I'd trade you 50. I'm not gonna manipulate it.
That you just got, yeah.
I have a 50 from earlier. Okay. All right. I'm gonna pull out all of my gold. That's stupid. Wait, was it 600 for the quiver? Yeah. God, I hope this isn't. Are you judging me? I'm super self-conscious about doing this. I want to Mirage. I love this quiver. I walk around like a porcupine. I have 72 gold to my name.
Very well, I understand. Is there any way we can breach this small gap? I also do not wish to rob you of all the coin just for this one item. Is there anything else you can offer up?
I have this very beautiful diamond, and I would take back some of the gold then and throw this diamond in.
I could certainly do that.
Oh, I'll throw in a really good story.
I definitely will do that. Let me tell you what. I will give me the diamond. Give me 500 gold. The story. And if we run into each other in the future, keep your ears out anywhere you can, wherever you travel. If you ever hear word of a tear of Modera, a tear of Modera.
Mirage.
Can I trust you all with something? I would like to show you so that you may be better informed.
Absolutely.
Pardon me, everyone. Mirage will be right back. He needs to escort some customers into a separate alley to make an introduction, if you will. Please, all of you, come with me for just a moment.
Go.
As you guys all kind of lead away from this tent and down an alleyway, Mirage looks around to make sure you guys are the only ones in sight. He pulls out from his bag a very, very deeply intricate crystal object. At first it looks like a strange tuning fork or maybe a key, but it has all these wildly like jutting out strange geometries, but with like a spherical base at it. And as he holds the spherical base and pushes it into the air and twists it, you all disappear. And that is where I would like to end the session.
Oh, fuck.
What?
We'll pick up from there next time. You all just see a flash of arcane magic around you, and you are all apparated into in thin air.
Whoa. Was not expecting that. I guess we didn't ask if we could trust him.
He was just a mirage.
Wow.
You are more than welcome to do random inventory management.
I'm cutting 500 for my gold, so I do have 72 gold left.
Okay. He hasn't physically handed you the quiver yet, but he will.
Can I look it up and add it at least?
Sure.
I don't. Is it the quiver of
Quiver of Ilana? Yeah.
Now I have questions about that, but I don't want to bother with it right now. So everyone should add 250 from 250 from the platinum ingot, and then
25 platinum pieces.
Yeah, 25 platinum pieces. You guys subtracted already some from that pile for Toby and Roulette because some of your gambling was.
Oh, that was my personal stuff.
Okay. So I will technically put the 25 platinum for Jiri in his tabby. So Tim track Jiri's 25 platinum from that. And then the coat money, you got 82 gold. And then I added, then subtracted my 81 gold. And then Toby and Jiri again get 81 gold. So 81 gold goes into correct. And then
Got it.
that's most of what we had to do. Oh, and now we want to divvy up the jewelry box.